All right, I think this is working. It's been a while. Hopefully, everything's working out, and good to see everybody again. It's been a while. It's been a long while, and no one might show up actually because this was a very much a spur of the moment. Let's just see if we can get this rolling. I've noticed some changes in the StreamYard stuff. I hope this is saving to the page. I saw a really fast pop up that says something about it not being recorded, but that's okay. I'm just streaming to not recording it in StreamYard. I'm recording it directly to YouTube. So hopefully that'll work. Good to see you guys. Like I said, it's been a long time. I've been taking some time. Just I had some renovations here in the basement we had to do, and some other work with. It's just been kind of crazy, and got back from Petite Sellers, so I could not resist trying out. And I've heard mixed reviews on this, surprisingly, but you never know with Ardbeg what you might get. But usually, thankfully, I have to say, 90% of the time they do, provide a really good dram in multiple different ways. Their core line is great. I love the 10 year. Even though I'm not a lemon lime fan, it's pretty decent. Uh, but I am absolutely in love with the Ugadal. I even got another bottle of that today as well, to put with the old selection here. And they also have the Quarry Vrecken, which is really good if you're in the mood for something white pepper, really black pepper, also spicy, has a nice kick. It's also cast strength. It's 50 something percent. I remember that one's also really good. The I prefer. I'd rather have that than the 10 because of the lemon lime thing. The NO is a white ashtray mint, sweet mint kind of a feel. Some people think it's overly sweet, but they have a little bit of everything for everybody. Oh, we got a couple people here. Good to see you guys. Post in the comments if you can. But we'll take a quick sip of a couple things and see how it goes. I haven't opened these other ones yet either. I just picked these up. Got a Kilhoman. Got four different ones here that I did not have in the collection. One is a United States small batch. This is a 48.3. It's number 5. It looks like batch number 5. This is bottle 1260. Nice color on it. It's I don't see an actual age statement, but thank God for Kilhoman. They always do natural color, no chill filtration, great ABVs, and great color. It's all, I mean, it's all natural. Like I said, let's see. The age statement is iffy, but that's the only thing when it comes to these guys. And they're a newer distillery. uh, give them credit. They don't really have a lot of like 10 and 12 years available out there yet. They do have Loch Gorm and Sineg and Isla, 100% Isla. There's lots of different ones. I have a lot of them in another room back there, but you get the idea. But this is one I did not have. This is a combination of a Sauternes cask, bourbon barrel, and sherry cask. That's quite a batch. So that's one I'm eager to get into at a later point. We also have another bourbon slash bourbon influence batch. This is a bourbon, BIB bourbon. I thought it was bottled in bond, but it's bourbon influence batch. It's a whole different BIB. That threw me off a little bit. 50%. It's a 9 year maturation. Weeded bourbon barrels. Wow. So this is going to be interesting if it's wheat. I'm not usually a big wheat fan, but I figure I'd try it. This is bottled in 2021 and distilled in 2012. So that will be fun to maybe look at later on down the road. A Fino Sherry matured. I didn't have this one, 46%. Like I said, all non-chill filtered, all natural color. Um, the This one's a 10,500 bottle run, and the year release on this was 2020. Last but not least, we also picked up a PX Sherry cask maturation. This is 47.3. PX Sherry, for you guys that don't know, is a little sweeter than your Oloroso, which is your drier sherry. Finos are usually dry too. A little more acidic on some of those other guys. PX is definitely more on the sweet side. And I actually do like PX Sherry. I also like Oloroso, Amontillado, Manzanilla. I like it all. I haven't found a sherry that I don't like. Oh, good to see you, Daniel. Yeah, what the heck? What's up, brother? Yeah, this is a spur of the moment. What the hell? I was picking up this new bottle of Ardbeg, and I thought, it's been a while since I've done a show. I'm not sure if I'll do them regularly as much as I used to anymore, but I still figure it'd be fun to have a kickback. Let's pop this open. What the hell, right? And get it aired out a little bit because you know how it goes. I definitely like to experience fresh, and I like to experience it after it's had some oxidation. And we'll get into the water thing later. I do have my pipe back here somewhere. I'll have to. This was a very just spur of the moment live. There's no plan here. It's kind of a mess, but I'm functional. So that's all we can say, right? So I pop that sucker open, going up, give it a big fat pour. Because even if I hate it, it's Ardbeg. It can't be that bad, you would think, right? Uh, but we'll see. I've heard mixed deals on this one. I'm kind of going into this completely blind. I don't know anything about other than I heard there's like some washback issues that they had with this one. Kind of reminiscent of the Amburica, the mess when Kilhoman did the combination of a port and a sherry cask. I think it was the Amburic, which is really good. If you've never had it, if you can get your hands on a bottle of it, it's actually well done. I was surprised. It's a beautiful, glorious mess, if you want to call it a mess at all. But oh wow, I can smell the peat. Just I mean, I didn't even get close to the glass and I could smell the peat, so that's a good sign. But yeah, it's been a while, man. Good to see you. Those USA batch bottles are great. Batch 3 is my favorite so far. I have not tried 6. Okay. I think this was a 6, wasn't it? That's the BIB. One second. I keep thinking bottled and bond, but that's bourbon influenced scotch. I've never heard of bourbon influenced batch. Sorry. Never heard of it put that way. This one is a number 5. Okay. So there must be a 6 out. Interesting. I recently got the BIB too. Really enjoyed it too. Okay. Which Ardbeg did you pick up? It's the Fermutation. This is a 13-year, uh, the washback weird deal they just released recently. It's not terribly new. A lot of you guys probably have already had it. I already spent a bit, so I had to wait to pick this up until today. Thankfully, I had it on hold. This is 49.4% ABV, non-chill filtered. It's definitely full-fledged on the front. Doesn't say anything about coloring. Ardbeg is, I don't think they're real big on the coloring. If they did do any of it, I'd be surprised because of look how light that is. I mean, that's a very light dram. Uh, if they bothered to color that, it would be only for consistency. I'm thinking. I don't like that either, to be honest with you. But if you're gonna color it, do it like this. Don't do it like Dalmore with the E150 out the yin yang. That's not good. So, uh, you know, even though it's not technically there, let's take a quick look while we're getting on the subject. Let me bring something out here. I've got a couple monitors that I can use to bring some stuff up. Let's see what I usually like. Distiller, it's free. They do have like a pro thing that they set up. I don't have any partnership with them. I don't get any cutbacks from you signing up or anything like that. But it is a good database for liquor in general. I do like the way they have their whiskey slash scotch set up. I've done a lot of reviews on whiskeys, also on distiller. So if you're looking at pretty much any distillery, I've probably touched it at least once. No joke. I'm even talking some of the dead ones like Little Mill, Dallas Stew. Uh, you think of it, Lady Burn. I think I can't remember all of them, but there's a lot out there. But let's take a look and see what um what these guys say about the fermentation. Usually, they're pretty good about giving you an idea of what to kind of expect. Now, their rating, they gave it an 88 out of 100, which is actually pretty good. It's not maybe an A, but it's definitely a high B plus is what I would consider that to be. It's a peated malt, of course. Ardbeg, not surprising. The only thing they've ever had released that was on the edge of being unpeated was the Blazda, which I actually liked it, but that's a whole nother thing for another I did a review on it. Check it out later if you want to. But this one is a limited release, limited edition offer from the committee. The committee members. I am a committee member, but when I'm in the United States, it's really tough to get directly from them. So I had to buy it from a distributor here in Maryland, due to an issue with the distillery boilers back in 2007 in December wash. In its six washbacks were fermented for 3 weeks rather than the standard 3 days. Wow, making this the longest fermentation in Ardbeg's history. The age was for 13 years and bottled without chill filtration, released in February of 2022. So it is fairly. It's been off for about a month or so. 49.4, like I said, 13-year age statement. Definitely no chill filtration. Color is the only thing we're kind of iffy about. I'm not going to read her notes because I don't want to be influenced by anything. There are a few reviews it looks like underneath there, but I'm not. I don't like to be swayed any way, shape or form. So we'll keep away from that. What are you drinking today, Daniel? If anything, just curious. There's somebody else there with you. Looks like. Feel free to type in the chat if you want. We're just hanging out having some whiskey. It's been a long week, and I'm glad to be back in the saddle with you guys. It's maybe fix the lighting back here. Sorry about that. It's a little off when it doesn't hit the back there very well, but yeah, still kicking through. Got a bunch of these Kilhomans recently. Going to be really focused on doing a bunch of these soon as well. If we don't get to them today, but yeah, I poured this out a little bit ago. We'll have a fresh take, and then I might do another show and get it back out and see if it changes at all. It's it's got a pretty nice hold. The legs are really slow on the drop, which is what you want when it's typically it also shows your proof. I think. And this one is on the thankfully on the higher end at 49.4. Might as well say 50, I think, at this point. But mm. Well, they really it's kind of funny because the way they describe this, they really get into the almost like alien abduction or something. It's like invasion of the washbacks. It's crazy. So when I went in for the initial nose, I thought, well, maybe I'm gonna get like some really wacky notes that are remind me of something that's radioactive or something. But no, thankfully, I get a peat smoke right off the get go, and it's got this interesting. It kind of reminds me of the Lafroig from 2015. I want to say the carriages that was the organic barley. It had a real vibrancy, but it had this. It's weird. It had a youthfulness to it, and this one is 13 years old, but it's got this. It has a little bit of a younger nose to it to me. Not bad. It's got some fruit. It's got some ginger notes in there, some kind of twang, like a maybe not acidic, but some sort of like a hot banana pepper. It's almost I can almost smell like a spicy thing going on in there. Kind of reminds me of like those yellow banana peppers a little bit. Huh. It's not overly. It's not like in your face smoky or y- you know I get it, but it's not like pow like a lot of Ardbegs actually are. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad. It's probably based off the year, it being a little older. Peat usually kind of decreases as you go up with age, but that's okay. Sometimes they somehow find a way to keep a lot of that going, which is always great too. But this has got like a terry rope kind of thing going on. It's got some funkiness to it, but it's not as funky as like I thought this was going to be like a Springbank Burgundy kind of funky or a like a like a Springbank or a Ben Nevis type of nose, like and I'm not talking sulfuric per se, but some kind of funkiness, like almost like the that back in a while back, Eric Maltmuser and I were having a show about Jamaican rum, and it had that kind of, I forgot what he called it. There's a name for it, but there's something a little funky. It's not to that degree any means, though. It's very mild and tame as far as its funkiness on the nose, but it is there. It is there. Getting some creamy vanilla kind of stuff going on in the nose too. It's a bit everywhere, but it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's kind of it's not as powerful though as a typical Ardbeg nose. And even with the 20 something, that's can have some power to the nose. So that is kind of surprising, but maybe there's more going on in the taste. But I am getting some citrus fruits now, like some oranges and lemons and limes as it kind of goes around. While I'm getting the kitchen cleaned up. Uh-oh. But I'll pour some Ardbeg Black just to do a CR with you here in a few minutes. That sounds good, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, just kicking back and having a little whiskey sip. I had a feeling that no one would know I'm going to go live. Usually, I used to go live like on Saturday. I'm sorry, on Tuesday nights. And after the big break, I thought, yeah, what the heck, spur of the moment live, and it's Saturday actually today, which is kind of funny at 1:30 in the afternoon. I was hoping that I would see maybe a couple Europeans pop up since it's kind of prime time during their night right now, Saturday night. But everyone's probably finally getting out of their house now that they can get a little more free with going out without a mask on, which is you know don't want to get into politics, but it is good to feel that. But I'm still pretty careful because I take Humira every week, so I'm kind of don't get out and do that much anymore. Yeah, thanks a lot, Daniel. Good to see you as well. We'll have a little sip here and see what we think. Anything new, Daniel, that you picked up lately that you like? Wow, that is okay. I did not warm up to anything either. This is all neat. Mm, that, okay. That it might not be as powerful in the nose, but it definitely lets you know it's there in the throat. Oh man. Okay. It does have like wow. Hmm. It's almost like a sour tart. Like it's a tart yet sour. It's got sweetness to balance it out. It's more terry rope creamy than smoky on the finish. Hmm. It does have a nice buttery type thing going on though. Hmm. Not what I expected at all, but not necessarily horrible. Let's see what's going on here. Hmm. It's more citrus fruity than I expected. Not bad, and you do get that from the tin, so that's kind of should be. I should have thought of that. It would show up, but it does have a spiciness, but it's not your typical stuff. This is like a white pepper meets a lot of butter, but it's also got the Sour Patch Kid like sweet tarts, Smarties kind of thing going on. Hmm. But the finish is so it's almost like it's got this nice initial flavor, but then it doesn't linger for too long with much other than it does dry you out a little bit. There is this nice mouth coat. It's got a medium to heavy mouth coat, but mm, I'm hoping that finish lasts a little longer this time. Let's see. I do like that white pepper hit too. It's got that nice twangy sourness to it, if you like that kind of thing. And I can appreciate it because I liked Smarties when I was a kid and sweet tarts and things like that. If you don't like that though, you're not gonna like this whiskey. I'm telling you, because it's very, very much present on the palate. But that finish, I don't know, man. It's it's a very drying whiskey, which is surprising to me. I mean, I think it's all that white pepper. It's like it definitely like sucks out every bit of moisture in your mouth that you can possibly think of. But some people like a really drying dram like that, and if you're in the mood for that, then it is definitely got that going. But I'm not as big of a fan as the real dry finishes, unless there is like a underlying cocoa note or coffee note or butter caramel kind of note or something that's residual that lasts for a while too. Um, wow. Let's see what Daniel's saying. So recently, my three favorite bottles I've picked up are the 100 ppm Balcones peated. Ooh, that sounds good. And Oloroso finished Dimensions Altmore. Wow. Cast strength even in a single cask Kilhoman at 13 years in the cast strength. Now that's what I'm talking about, man. I'm interested actually in all three because that Balcones, I did have a peated one, and it was different than anything I ever had. I mean, of course, it's Texas whiskey; it's going to be different, but it was still pretty good. I like Altmore. I have had an Altmore. I even had a 21 before and a 16. I want to say like, it's been a while since I've had the 12 and the 16, but I've had a 20. I bought my own 21. I really liked it. Um, Never had a independent bottling of Altmore yet. It's on my to-do list. Oloroso finishing sounds really good at cast strength, especially. Now, what really catches my eye here, and I am a huge fan of Kilhoman, you found a 13-year-old single cask at cast strength. I knew they had some 10 and 12s out there. I did not know they had a 13 already. So I bet that thing's worth a fortune. Or they're asking a lot for it. If you don't mind me asking, Daniel, where'd you find it, and how much does it run? Because I'm very interested in picking up a year, a 10, 12, 13 Kilhoman at some point soon. The Balgones peated is the oldest batch yet, and by far the best batch. Wow. Huh, 59% on that one. Yeah, I could have sworn I had a peated of theirs at some point a while back, but I can't remember how long ago it was. I don't know if it's the same 100 ppm one. I don't remember it being extremely, extremely peated, but it might have been. He might not have said anything about it. I'll have to go back and ask. Hey, Juan Cantanilla, good to see you, man. I think that's you. Going pretty well, man. Hanging in there. The 13 year is absolutely beautiful. It's liquid velvet. So rich, paid 175 for it. That's not bad, even for only a 13. At this rate, their bottles go so fast, and they are usually so good that it's tempting. But man, that's high. But you're going to pay the same thing for a Hazelburn Oloroso at 14 year, probably at this point. Am I wrong, Daniel, in saying that? I'm not sure if you're a Hazelburn Oloroso fan like I am, but typically those 14-year-olds go for like a buck 50 to 200, I think, at this point. It's kind of sad that they're charging that much for whiskey, but it's extremely well crafted, so I can't be too much of a bitch about it. Anyway, what are you having tonight or today? Or I think you're in Hawaii, Juan. If it's the same one I'm thinking about, it might be a different one. But if you are in Hawaii, it's ultra early there. Maybe you're not drinking yet. That's okay if you're not, because it's a bit early for Hawaiians, I'm sure, right now to get started. I got at Specs down in Houston. It was worth every penny. It drinks like a 21 plus year at cast strength. Well, damn, man, I got to get my hands on it. I can't believe Houston, Texas, of all places, you can't get this stuff like locally here in Maryland. My guy gets almost every Kilhoman you can think of, and I still have not seen this. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to ask my guy to try to find that for me. I appreciate the heads up there, Daniel. Hmm. How's the black CR? I rather enjoyed it. I know that Stephen Connor and uh, Dustin, our old buddy from Kentucky, Ohio area, uh, Covington, whatever, Cincinnati. He wasn't a big fan as much either. But what is your overall take on the Black CR? I rather liked it. No, it might not have been near as good as the Dark Cove, but most drams aren't anywhere can touch the Dark Cove committee release. But with that said, is it would you consider it a bad dram like those guys? A medium decent dram like we did, or a glorious dram like some people did get like really over the top with that one? I gave it, I think, like a 4 out of 5, 4.25 out of 5, somewhere around there, which I think is fair for the 5 star 0.25 increments kind of thing. Because if it was 4.75 or 5, of course, that's blow your socks off, outstanding. That's like the Edward Hour 21. That's that caliber of a drink. But when it comes to against the green, what's your take on that, man? A lot of guys didn't like it. Yeah, it doesn't make fun of me for liking it. I think black is the best one they've done since the Dark Cove. Oh man, that I don't know, man. Oh man, my Ardbeg stuff is way back here, so I'm kind of looking at the history. Now, I guess it depends on how far back you want to go and what type of entry are you talking about? Because if you go back pretty far, the Supernova, man, the 2009 Supernova is to die for. If you ever get a chance to have that one, I was lucky and found a guy that was selling it just for at cost, which is blew my mind. But I'm like sold, $100, whatever. I'm like sold easy. I don't even want to know what it goes for now. I drank mine fairly quickly because it's so damn good. Supernova 2009, it's a definite buy. Kildalton 2014, I want to say 13. That was pretty good. Ardbeg, I like Ardbeg a whole lot. That's one of my favorite. That's a Manzanilla release. I remember really well done. Era Verdes, it was. I liked it. I got more out of it than most people, I think, because I got the coffee and some interesting notes that you don't find in a lot of Ardbeg. So Erdnam Bashed is to die for. If you ever find one, get it. I've got like a little bit of a sample still in the back. I'm saving. I might bust it out at some point when I feel frisky enough, I guess. But that's a great dram. Perpetuum, yeah, to me that was like the tin with even more like fruit and peat, but it didn't really do much for me. More lemon lime. I just didn't, not my thing. But yeah, Dark Cove. I like the Kelpie. A Kelpie I thought was well done. I know some people didn't like that as much as I did either. Um, I adored the Kelpie. I also liked the Grooves a lot. I thought the Grooves was well done for a beach campfire. Had a hell of a lot of nice smoke, and the CR at least. I can't, I always get the CR and the LR, the limited release, which is the basic one. Um, but with that said, I thought they were both pretty good. I think the CR was better if I remember correctly. The drum was a pass. Perpetuum and drum are definite passes. Black I thought was well done. Scorch I liked a lot too. Initially, the opening of the bottle, like I did now with this one, was much better than the second and third experience with that bottle, which is kind of weird. So I would probably put that up with maybe the Kelpie or the Grooves. I think it's in that caliber. But yeah, I mean, I guess it is one of the best, so I can't argue with that being one of the best. The Ardbeg, the rye, it took me a while to warm up to that one. At first, I was kind of like, but over time, I think it got a little better. Trying to think if I'm missing anything else, and yeah, this one is kind of. I'm not sure yet, man. It's definitely different. It's definitely got that. I mean, if you're a Sour Patch Kid fan, a Smarties fan, Sweet Tarts fan, I think you really will. If you don't mind peat and smoke, I think you'll really like it. Other than that, though, if you're looking for like a sweet dram, it's definitely not it. If you're looking for a smoky, deep peaty dram, it's not it. If you're looking for like a um, chocolate or any other note, not gonna be here, my friends. This is gonna be definitely all fruit, sourness, white pepper brininess. That's the big three. That buttery finish is there. Nice medium heavy mouth coat, but man, it's not a bad drink at all. It's easy to sip neat, as you can tell. I'm going to town on it, but we'll have the little water here in a second and see if I'm getting more into it or if it's getting distant. Yes, I'm actually working right now. Oh, in Hawaii, man. Well, don't get caught watching Telex. That's all I can tell you, man. Good to see you though, as always, man. I appreciate you popping on my spur of the moment my spur of the moment live stream. So any time I get you guys to hang out a little bit, it's always more than worth it. I think of it as medium quality. I go 4.5 to 4 on it. You're talking about the black CR. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, I think 3.75 to 4 is where I was sitting on the limited. I think I did 3.75, and I think the CR did a 4 or 4.25 at the top of the deal. But yeah, never tried the Supernova. It's worth a battle, man. If you ever can find it for a reasonable price, I wouldn't spend over $200 or $300 on one, but uh, unless you are a diehard fan and you really have to have it, then of course I can't tell you what not to spend your money on. But if you find it for 200-300 bucks, I'd say it's definitely worth a gamble on the 2009 for sure. 2015, and they did a release. I heard mixed or good stories about that, and even but the one after the 2015, I've heard it was actually even better than that one. So I would go ultra old or ultra new, not 2015 in the middle if you're looking for a Supernova. That's kind of what I've heard in the background. So pouring it as my first sip of the day, I really like the dark rich fruits and the black. Yeah, I have the 50.7 edition, and of course the honey and light citrus that comes with Ardbeg is always nice. Yeah, yeah, and this has got that too. It's just the citrus is there, but man, the sweetness is not really much. I mean, it's got that balance of sourness. So, is it a well balanced dram? Yes, it is. And I'm a Ardbeg fanboy. I'll tell you like it is with them if it's getting better. I think that that initial hit I think was kind of a surprise, and it's kind of my own fault for not having a warm up dram, but if you like brininess and you like Sour Patchy Smarties, I think it is worth definitely the pull, even at a higher price. But I wouldn't go crazy on the secondary prices. There's great caramel notes in this too. Yeah, there is. Oh, good to see you, Richard Blancas. I just found two Air Verdes Dusty in L.A. Cheers, long time no see, brother. Telex. Yeah, good to see you too, man. And you can still, believe it or not, if you know where to look, and I'm talking like rural, dusty shelves in the middle of nowhere, border state liquor area kind of things for people that are in states where they don't have the state running it. I'm talking like New Jersey, Maryland, not Pennsylvania, not Virginia, but DC. Those kind of places will have Dusties that like that. I found a couple of Era Verdes recently, as well as some Perpetuums and some no Dark Cove, sadly, but they did have some other ones out there. I did see a regular Dark Cove on a shelf, not the CR, but like a regular one. They were asking like $300. It was at a state store, surprisingly. I think it might have been, excuse me, I want to say New Jersey, but don't quote me on it. It's been a long time though, so they probably don't have it anymore. But like homemade caramel, not Starbucks. Yeah, I know what you mean there. It's a huge difference. Boss, who's the boss? Watch a guy talk about whiskey. oh, oh, your boss is. Oh yeah, you're talking about Juan having the talk with his boss. Yeah, what are you doing over there, Juan? Oh, I'm just watching this guy talk about whiskey. As crazy as it is, but I appreciate it. I'm actually enjoying this neat, so I might kick back and have this for a bit before I put any water on it. It's growing on me. I really like that terry rope kind of oily lamp, old school antique kind of smell. It's funny. Initially, it smelled young. Now it's getting older with the smell, and the more I'm letting it sit out. And I should be fair, for a 13-year-old, you should let at least sit out for 13 to 15 minutes before you really get involved with it. So I probably only gave it 5 to 10, to be fair. But it is settling down nicely. I do like that nose. It definitely has some. It's not TCP iodine like a Lefroy, but it's got some like adhesive kind of over intense kind of notes, and that's where that washback stuff I think comes from. It does have some sort of like, I mean, that longer fermentation must be, doing that with this. A broken boiler, 6 washbacks fermenting out of control. Could anything save this liquid from certain destruction? That is that is scary, man. They got these guys looking. They got these guys looking down the barrel, like, what are we gonna do? That's pretty cool. 2007. This is when this happened. Okay, well, I like when mistakes cause interesting releases like this. Is everybody gonna like it though? No, but I hope enough people that like this type of flavor combination will try it, because I think it's going to be one of those whiskeys that the people that aren't into this flavor are going to be really vocal about it, and unfortunately the people that are into it aren't going to be as vocal, so it's going to get this kind of like, I don't want to say skewed review, but it's kind of a, definitely a subjective taste profile. If you meet that taste profile of liking that stuff, then you're going to love it. And if you don't mind some peat smoke in your on the side, not in your face, but on the side. Mm, okay, it's definitely getting better with oxidation. Now I'm getting more of the what I would consider like a bourbon barrel kind of influence with the caramels and the spreader scotches, and more the sweet end. Oxidation helps the initial sourness, I think, dial down a little bit. It's still there though, which I like. Oh my, good to see you guys. Sorry, I've been enjoying it so much. Yeah, 13 years. It's a great age statement on it. I really, 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 really commend. I mean, even if you don't like this profile, if you don't like Ardbeg, going out on a limb here with this combination of flavors being out definitely way outside the norm, I commend them for at least, at a minimum, putting in a 13-year age statement. I mean, that says a lot to me. The only thing they're missing, as Ardbeg as a distillery, in my opinion, is a statement about coloring. That's the only thing that they miss, and they're owned by LVMH, which is the Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy, I think. Yeah, Moet. I'm not sure how you pronounce that part, but LVMH is also with Glenmorangie. So these guys, they know what they're doing, and Glenmorangie also puts out really good products typically. But I love the fact that you get the 13 years. I love the fact that 49.4% ABV. How can you bitch about that, right? And the non-chill filtration is right there, plain easy to see on the bottle. The only thing they don't do is talk about color. But like I said, I think the only reason they don't is they don't want to get involved with issues with consistency on batches, because man, if they color that at all, I'd be, for 13 years. This is actually lighter than I would expect it to be for a 13-year. Just saying, but that's just me. Hey, Telex. Oh no, I've got a X'd out. I've got an I've got a cow hater here. Good to see you, man. The milkman's kid. I like it. Telex, I've learned a few things from you and others since I saw you last. Cheers. Well, good to see you, man. I don't know if you must have changed names or something, but that's okay with me, man. I don't mind. I'll call you the anti cow guy. I like that. That's funny. Oh, by the way, you know me as Disappear. Good to see you. Name change, but no change in the love for Sky. So that's awesome. Thanks so much for stopping by on a Saturday. to have fun and go over some whiskey. Yeah, we got into it last time you and I talked with Eric Malt Muser. Check him out if you're not familiar with Malt Muser. He's got a great channel as well. Does a lot of I usually just focus on Scotch. He does everything. So if you're looking for a little bourbon, a little bit of mezcal, he kind of touches on. I think he even might even do gin and other stuff too. I don't know, but but he definitely does outside the box. But if you're looking for Scotch, definitely the focus is here, and hopefully my advice helped you out. Disappear. Let me know how it turned out. If what you got into. Give me more details if you don't mind. All is well. No issues here. No health issues or anything like that. I just needed a break for a bit. With when you do a regular show every week, and when I was the bottles I was getting into were pretty intense, and it just I just flew through a lot of inventory, and I had to take a step back and think about what was it that I wanted to get into Scotch wise. I'm still collecting all the distillery bottles. I still need a Glen Keith. I still need to get I still need a Glen Ord. Some of these outside off the wall distilleries, but I'm not going to put you guys through that voyage. I'm going to just talk about whiskeys that I actually enjoy, or whiskeys that I think that I'll enjoy, like this one being a complete blind. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. It's going to either be great, horrible, or I'll be kind of like, eh. This one, I'm still kind of filling the wheels out on. I haven't made a determination yet. I'm starting to get graham cracker and vanilla ice cream finish on this with white pepper. Wow, I've never gotten that before. I don't remember that on the black per se, but I do remember there being like a chocolate vanilla swirl kind of thing going. I like that graham cracker note because that tells me that you got a little bit of savoriness going on in there. And with white pepper too. I don't know if I remember, but it's been a while since I've had the black. To be honest with you, but it is awesome when you can get these when you let it sit. I always recommend people, like, if you have a whiskey that you definitely do not like, and you've given it 3 months and you still aren't into it, do me a favor and everyone else a favor and just take that bottle and put it in your closet and wait, like, I know it sounds crazy, but 6 months to a year. Bring it back out, and sometimes you will find out that it is your favorite whiskey. That happened to me on a Kalila unpeated 17-year-old. The first time I had it, salty as all hell, olive notes, very Greek forward in my face. Did not enjoy it at all. Way too salty. Uh, like I said, I even tried it 3 months later. Still, same thing. Didn't get into it. Then I decided I'm just going to put this in the back, and if someone wants to dram that, stops by and they want to dram out, it's one that I will easily offer. And it being 17-year unpeated, it's something off the wall you're not going to find very often. And being a 17-year, I mean, how many people offer you a 17-year whiskey? It doesn't happen very often. So, uh, with that said, I did that. I came back to it like 8 months to a year later. One of the best whiskeys I ever had. It went from a 1.75 out of 5 to a 4.75 out of 5, and it just needed oxidation. It wasn't dilution. It wasn't like anything else with water. It was all oxidation. That's the only thing it needed. So keep that in mind with your whiskeys, man. Got to go back to work, but check the show later on. All right, man. I hope all is well. Yeah, missing you as well, man. And Malt's collabs. I might do one off the wall. I'll have to talk with him about maybe doing some every so often. I don't see myself doing it every week, but maybe every so often if he's got an opening, I might stop by and say hey with him. Cheers to everybody. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if I could ask, why is my Kergeliki 17 so dark compared to the 13? Is it color? Do you know? Let's do a little recon. And like I said, I usually like to use distiller as my first wave of trying to gather intel on bottles because they're usually pretty good about telling you these things and being honest straight up if it's colored or chill filtered or if not, that kind of stuff. So let's go. Let's start with the 13. Now the 13 is definitely unchill filtered. It doesn't specifically say about its coloring. Now, what I usually do, if I don't see it on Distiller, I'll go to the Whiskey Exchange site. That's whiskey Exchange.com, I believe. What I'll do just to make sure I get the right one is go in Google and just do Whiskey Exchange and see what pops up. It's usually the first link. And what they're really good about letting you know if something's got coloring in it or not. So, Eliki 13-year-old, I'll pull it up. And here we go. Distilling bottle. They're really good about your facts too. The 13 we're talking about right now. Distillery bottle, which is correct. Space side, correct. Age 13 years, correct. No chill filtration, correct. And no coloring, correct. Country Scotland. So there, we nailed it across the board on that one. So let's go back. Instead of the 13, let's look at the Kregeliki 17 and see if any of the facts change. I thought I had it in my list here already. Let me do another quick search. Kregeliki, and make sure you do your spelling correct, because sometimes I notice if you don't spell it exactly right, it's not going to think that you're searching for it. So here we go. 17 year, they do have it. No chill filtration, no coloring. So I can definitely state for a fact that the Kregeliki 17 does not have coloring. And the reason why it's so much darker, to be honest with you, Milkman, is most likely just those years, believe it or not, being extra in that cask. 4, 5, 6, 7. So 4 more years definitely will add a bit of color to it. I don't think, now, let's say, sometimes when you think about color, Milkman, you have to think about the cask. If it's not just straight up bourbon, which that usually is a lighter whiskey, if it's got any sherry maturation or any sherry involvement, that will affect the color. So let's go back at the 17 in distiller and see if they talk about what casks are used. Now they are usually good about that. So let me do Kregeliki 17 on distiller to see what it says. It says that it's a straight up oak type cask, a bourbon, influence. So there, I don't think there's any sherry. Let me look and see, read the description here real fast just to make sure. Gergeliki Space Side Distillery, owned by Doer and Sons, one of the only 13 in Scotland that still use the worm tub condenser. That's copper coils in a container that are cooled by a constant flow of cool water to condense vapor coming in from the steel. This way of doing things is decidedly old school and chore to maintain, as leaks can arise. Primarily used for Doer's blends, Gergeliki has only recently begun to releasing their single malts. This 17-year expression was released in 2014 and bottled at 46%. So I'm surprised, but the color is really a straight up bourbon. There's no sherry involvement, but this definitely proves to you that 4 years extra in a barrel, even a bourbon influenced whiskey, is going to give you a much bigger color change. Go Team Ugadal. That's right, man. Why does coloring matter in a green bottle? Who cares? Just don't add it to Ardbeg or anywhere else. Yeah. Yeah, Ardbegs tend to have this one is a green bottle, I've noticed, surprisingly. But they do have the darker green or black bottles typically. But yeah, I mean that I think that's for the sunlight. The sunlight does cause a whiskey to change over time. You want to keep it in a dark, cool area if you can. I think that's why some of these bottles are colored like that. But yeah, Ardbeg, please don't color your whiskey unless you have to. But it's very light. I'm not going to complain about their coloring versus Dalmore's coloring or other, colored drams like I'm sure like the Daluane and some of the Flora and Fauna bottles, Diageo releases are probably got a lot of coloring in them too. It's just not worth the coloring, guys. We want it to be natural. Oh, this is about Ardbeg. Just got a bottle and had a tasting of the Corryvreckan, and I really liked it on the one and only tasting I've had so far. Yeah, Corryvreckan, if you like white pepper and black pepper, it's very peppery and reminiscent of the Talisker. If you like Corryvreckan, I definitely recommend the Talisker 10. The 18, if you can afford it. Anything Talisker is pretty damn good as well. It's a lot of black and white pepper though involved. But if you like the Corryvreckan, I think you will like Talisker. I've been visiting Mount Muse almost every week, I think. Yep. Team Ugadal. Everyone's on Team Ugadal. You can't see that there's a chain around the cow's neck. The red X is just to state that the chains are bad. That's all. Oh, okay. I gotcha. No chain in the cows. I gotcha. No problem, man. I know how it goes. I think you were underestimating how much we enjoy seeing the unique bottle chases. Okay, well, um, I will definitely air those out as I find them for sure with you guys. I'm also looking forward to even not tasting and just buying the next Kalila 18 peated that I can find, hopefully reasonably priced, of course. Yeah, I do like the Kalila 18 peated back there. That's the yellow box right there. That is a good bottle. Now the only issue with it is this lower ABV at 43%. I think it's 43. Now it's got a great taste. I gave it really high marks, 4 point something. I'm sure I think it might have been in the 4.5 to 4.75 because it was just the perfect combination of vegetal, smoke, peat, the caramelization, everything just came together perfectly. Didn't need anything, didn't need any water, didn't need any oxidation. It was beautiful from the beginning to end, no issues. So if you could find a reasonably priced bottle, I definitely would pick it up. I do like it. Yeah, I definitely turned into chocolate almond and cherry. Yes, I do like the chocolate almond cherry. Maybe the spicy wings I had earlier for lunch. You never know, man. Spicy does. Yeah, they do not color the 13 and 17. I could definitely give you that for a fact. Let's look at the 23. I doubt that they would bother doing that as well. But like I said, if you ever want to know for sure, go to Whiskey Exchange and do a little search there. I don't know if these guys have the 23 though. Let's see. Ella Key 23. They do not. They just have the 17 and the 13. So I can't. But if they don't color the 17 or the 13, I would really think it's crazy if they decided to color the 23. It would be nuts. So I agree with you there. Cheers to all you guys. Everyone's like, wow. I was hoping that the 17 isn't colored, but at the same time, I hope it is in the sherry one. No, it's not either one. It's not colored, and it's bourbon cask only. Yeah. What was the site again, please, that you got that from one? Oh, Whiskey Exchange dot. I think it's whiskeyexchange.com. Let me see if that's still. Just do a search for Whiskey Exchange in Google, and it will bring it up. They are a store that's based out in England, I believe. At least I know they're in Europe. They are not in the United States. So all their bottles are going to be 70 centiliters instead of 750 milliliters. So keep that in mind. But if you live in a state that they ship to, you can get it. But if you don't live in a state that they ship to, then you can't. So you got to keep that in mind too if you're looking to buy. But just look up if whiskey is colored or not. They have a great database, I feel, on checking that kind of stuff out. Now, if they have a listing where they don't say if it's colored, yes or no, that means that they don't have the information, even that the distillery is not releasing it. If that happens, typically you can just mark down that it's colored whiskey. That's what the like I was talking about those Flora and Fauna bottles. The old Diageo way was to say, hey, it's this ABV and it's this year. They don't tell you about coloring and chill filtration because it is colored and chill filtered. So keep that in mind if you do look on the site and it doesn't say anything about chill filtration or coloring. Typically, that means yes, it is, unless you verify from another source. Now, the best way to look at this is to go to Germany. Germany's got some really good sites about this because their law is you have to tell people if it's colored or not in Germany. So I hope that changes in others countries and states. I would love to know if it's colored, chill filtered or not. That's should be a standard in my opinion. The black is really enjoyable. It's not my favorite Ardbeg, but I have really no complaints. I don't think my palate is Adams advanced is as advanced as Stevens or Dustin's, but I'm really enjoying the pour. I don't know if it's all. I mean, here's the deal with when it comes to people like Dustin and Steven versus some other people versus your run of the mill whiskey tasters. You got to think of it also like this. they have a very, very, very high standard for whiskeys because they have tried everything. They've tried everything from the 5-year-old Wee Beastie to the 35-year-old Kalila distillery bottle that's cast strength, and they are not afraid to spend lots of money on it. When you get to that particular level, you are going to be extremely picky with the whiskey that you taste. It's just inevitable. And I've seen myself happen to me over the years. Like the first time I had scotch, I had a smoky grouse. It was at first I thought this is interesting. I think I can handle this. And then like a day or two later, it was horrible. Didn't like it at all. So then I moved on to Johnny Walker, the black and the double black. Okay, I dug that. Also, a Smokehead, a blend from Islay. That was actually my first Scotch I ever had, and it was a Lafroig type of offering, and I liked it. When I first tasted peat smoke, I fell in love with it. Some people are like that, some people are not. Anyway, but going back, I've noticed my own taste getting more pickier and more pickier as I go along. It's not to say that the Ardbeg Black Committee release is a bad dram. I mean, is it up there with the Ben Nevis 30-year-old? Hell no, it's never going to be that. Is it up there even with, I don't know, some of these other equivalent year? It's hard to tell because a lot of these are NASs, which makes it interesting. They're going off cask quality. How do you judge a cask's quality if you don't know all the nuances and all the ins and outs of how they did it? You can't. So you have to go just base it off of what you're tasting and whether you're enjoying it or not. And some of these guys are so heavily involved with it that sometimes I think that they are so analytical that they might be really overly almost getting into the weeds on some of this stuff, but it's subjective. I mean, if I kept doing this for another 5 to 10 years, I probably feel the same way as they do. So it's all about where you are on your whiskey journey as you are watching a lot of these reviewers. Try to find a reviewer that's right about the same experience that you're at. I think is a good thing to think about, because if you go to a reviewer that's only tasted Glenlivet, Glenfiddich, and even Balvenie, um, they're not going to have a well-rounded, deal. But if you do go into the other polar opposite, and you go with a guy that is used to buying um, cast 30-year-old uh, independent bottles of Benevis, that is a whole nother, stream. So it's really, I think, important to find something comfortable. It's almost like going to a shoe store to buy shoes. You can go to the shoe store and find a guy that knows nothing about shoes. You can find a guy that knows every single possible thing about every shoe ever released by maybe one company or even several companies. So and that either one might not be the right fit for you. You might have to find that guy that knows just enough about it to make a sound judgment on whether or not it's worth this X amount of money. I don't know. I'm probably half off my rocker, but you know what I mean. I think to an extent, this definitely proves that 4 more years makes it darker given the same cast. I'm very happy when it's info. Yeah, it's definitely true, man. Oh yeah, that's a really good example of what not to do. It's so funny. I ran across this English guy recently that I do Parks on the Year, Whiskey 3 Alpha X-ray is my call, and I got a guy in England who I've talked about a little bit off the wall whiskey wise, and he was like, "Yeah," he's like, "You know what my favorite distillery is?" And I'm like, "I wonder what it's going to be because it could be anything." He lives in England, so he's got pretty good choices to pick from. And one of the whiskeys that he spotted off at first that he might enjoy is Jura, which kind of surprised me. But England does have a big Jura presence, believe it or not. But he loves the Bowmore, the 12, the basic 12 is like his go-to. And I'm like, really, of all whiskeys, coloring, chill filtration, low ABV, you're missing out really on a lot of great whiskeys. But there is some cost that's involved. Not everybody can afford a 50, 60, $100 whiskey, not even getting into the hundreds of stuff. But So keep that in mind as you're going along as well. But yeah, that super colored, and it's definitely sacrilegious, I think, to call that the darkest because it's dark because of the E150A probably. Oh, I have a Telex 18 on my buying list. Yes, it's extremely expensive, but I can say if you find it at a good price, and I'll tell you what it should be, uh, at least around here. Me tell you what you should be looking for. If it's not this, you're probably spending too much. Color Skirt 18 should be around $180 American. 180. If it's way above that in the 200s, I would look a little longer. If it's 150 or lower, I would buy it in a heartbeat. But 180 is typically what you're probably going to see, I'm thinking. I can't get the Kalila 18P in Canada. Always in Canada. Okay, that's a bit different. Um, I don't know what the Canadian exchange rate is today, but you can transfer 180 American to Canadian and get the idea. Kalila 18. Now, I was able to get one locally here before. I don't think they have 18s here available. I'm just doing a quick search. No, that one might be really tough to find. I wish you luck though. I would suggest if you can order anything overseas, maybe try that way. Yeah, whiskey exchange. Yeah, Germany has really good whiskey laws where they have to tell you if what's really in it, if it's colored, it's got if it's chill filtered, that kind of stuff. Hey, good to see you, whiskey nose. The nose knows. Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's been a while. I've been having a little sippy of the Ardbeg fermentation. I tell you what, I think it's time for another pour. I'm enjoying it. It definitely needs some oxidation for me to get heavily into it, but oh, I already had another poured out over there. That's okay. Ain't gonna hurt anything. Fresh glass, you can't go wrong with a fresh glass, right? I love the color. It looks natural for a 13, I'd say. Sorry for the focus issues there. I'm definitely more picky now too than I was. There are things I used to love, and now I never report it. Yeah, but I've sent Dustin some things he was really impressed by too. Yeah, and the funny thing is, we talked about the Bowmore Darkest 15, and that's that's right there. That's that. I do have an 18, but when I bought the 18, they did not have a box for it, which really pissed me off. That's a whole nother story. But um, I'm waiting on a proper old Bowmore box. I'm thinking about the 27 specifically. I think it's the French oak. It's a very vintner specific one. If I did throw that kind of money for a distillery bottle, it's going to be particular because, like I said, you don't know what you're going to get with half of these, and they're not usually really all that great. Bowmore's typically you want to stick with your independence, but yeah, I mean, I'm noticing picking up on more nuances too as I go along. So keep that in mind. They do have great taste. I'm not saying that they don't have great taste, but they're very picky when it comes to some of these. I've noticed more than others. Daniel H. Any update from yesterday? And luckily, both Steven and Dustin are super chill and sharing. They're not snobs. That's true. That's very true. Thankfully, a lot of even uh, others I've met over the years in the whiskey journey have also been very gracious, and I appreciate all the help I've gotten over time and whiskey groups and sharing and stuff. And I miss the experience. On one hand, I don't miss all dealing with all the the bubble wrap and the bottle things and all the craziness that comes along with it. But it, part of it's worth it, part of it's not. It's weird how that goes. But if you ever do decide to join a whiskey group, like a tasting, when you pull that trigger, just be known you are committing yourself to at least find out how many people are in the group. If there's 4 or 5, just remember you're going to be sending 4 or 5 different sections of stuff to people. I've done many groups over the years, and I do like it when I'm in the mood for it, and I don't mind. Part of the problem with me was the pandemic made it where I didn't even want to go into UPS or FedEx or any of those places and deal with all that. So that was another reason why I kind of put the tasting stuff on the side for a little bit. But you know, but yeah, they are very. Oh, look! Speak of the devil, a little Saturday afternoon drinking. I can see. Can't stay long, but I thought I'd drop by. Yeah, thanks so much. We were just talking about how gracious you and Dustin are about your whiskey stuff, and it's much appreciated throughout the entire whiskey tasting fan base, I guess you could say. And I still need to get my butt out to your neck of the woods. I am planning out coming to Ohio for a drive for a big ham radio exposition. They have a worldwide meetup in Xenia, Ohio. I'll be going out on May the 20th. I'm not sure if you're going to be anywhere near there. Probably not, but it would be cool to definitely get a trip out. Was your birthday in December, Stephen? If it was, I missed it. I had a little blurb that I saved that had uh, like a calendar pop up, and it says Stephen Connor, but I wasn't sure what it was for. And I tried to reach out to you about it, and I don't think you saw me or knew. But if you already had your birthday, happy birthday! But I hope I didn't miss it because I know you were having a big, maybe get together at some point. We'll have to see. Yeah, don't let me don't let me in with Dustin. Oh, you guys are both what I would consider highly advanced whiskey aficionados. That's for sure. Good, definitely the cool one. Now watch Dustin pop up in here and tell you all to go to hell. I'd laugh. Yeah, 180 USA. It's a steep. It's an expensive dram, but maybe you can find it cheaper up there in Canada. I'm not sure how Talisker prices, but the Talisker 18 usually is 180ish here in the United States. Steven might be able to tell you another place to get it in Canada for cheaper than that, but I'm not certain. It is worth it though. I do rather enjoy it. Yeah. What are you guys drinking? Yeah, good to see you too, Paul. I'm doing just a spur of the moment whiskey show with everybody, and picked up picked up a bunch of bottles as you can see, and just having a little fun doing the Ardbeg fermentation to begin with. He's near, yeah. He's out there in Tennessee. What up? It's in May. We'll have something in my house. Okay, I hope it's not the 20th because I'll be in Ohio the 20th and 22nd. But if you find out when it is or what you're going to do or whatever you're going to do, let me know, man. I hope it's not the 20th or the 22nd because I have to go to Ohio for that. Oh, man, don't kill me with that, man. That'd be bad. Oh, let's go back in. Oxidation helps a lot with this. Like I said, this was a second pour. I did have it sitting out over here. Love that terry rope, man. Sour Patch Kids are still there, Smarties, smart sweethearts, but oxidation brings out a lot more of that bourbon barrel kind of influence, more sweet. Wish there was more smoke. I'll have to be honest. There is peat smoke. You do get it distantly off the pop and all that, but wish there was something else to extend that finish. Mm, not bad, not bad, but man, I don't know. Let's see. How much do they charge me for this thing? I'm kind of afraid to look. Let's see what it ran. The reason I don't know off the top of my head is I picked up some other stuff at the same time. Oh, you guys are probably going to tell me I'm crazy. Ooh, man, they wanted 250 for this. Oh, that's painful. 250. Oh man. I don't know, man. 250. Did you get this one, Steven? The fermentation. If you did, let me know what are your thoughts on it? Cheers to IC86. Zurück Velkommen. Zurück Velkommen, I think's how you say it. I'm guessing here. Welcome back. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. Leaving for London and Scotland in June, so going to be busy in May work wise. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine, man. You're lucky to be heading for Scotland in June. Can I hide in your cargo? I'll just like crawl in the back and in the bottom of the plane and just try to make it. Yeah, thanks a lot, man, for the welcome back. I'm having fun with you guys. Just yeah, you need to pour something big time. Got to have a big pour. What are the bluish or greenish bottles of Coleman you have back there? I'll go through that in a second. One second. Everyone's saying hi. I've heard some Ardbeg. Yeah, he's doing he's doing Steven's favorite bottle. Oh, I'm giving him crap, but it's all in good fun and love. Found a site called Instacart that says it isn't colored. No, it's not colored. Don't know the Raleigh of the Instacart. It is not colored, so they are correct. At least with that one, I can definitely say that. No problem. But let's go back to some of these other ones. Yeah, mm, kill that one. Oxidizing a little bit more of this. Because I mean, if you like more in your face, like sweet tarty, like that kind of thing, then definitely hit it right off the pour. But if you're like me, like a little bit more of that bourbon barrel influence to balance out that sourness, I think it works well together. But 250 though, oh man, what about you, Steven? You had to pick up a bottle of this. I'm thinking, I would think maybe you didn't chance it. I'm on the fence right now on the worth, but we picked up a few bottles here. Did the 48.3 Sauterne slash bourbon slash sherry cast small batch number 5, 1260 bottles in that one. We did the PX sherry cast matured 47.3. We did the Fino sherry mature edition, 46%, 10,500 bottles of that one. It looks like 12,000 for that PX. And then finally, the Bourbon Influence Batch, BIB, which I thought was bottled in bond, but not. Bourbon Influence Batch is 50%, um, and it's a 9-year statement, 2012 to 2021. So definitely getting my Kilhoman crazy deal, you know, satisfied. The bug, I guess you could call it. Let's see, where was I here? Cheers. Oh yeah, what did you pour, Daniel? There. Oh, Steven's jealous of his black. Yeah, that's sad, man. I didn't get it. Okay, focusing on auction bottles right now, but if availability for a taste in Island in June, I'll have a pour. Okay, yeah. If I will, I'll see if I might bring it out with me to give you some or whatever. If you have a get together, let me know. Oh, I love that Terry Rope nose. I will say, wish it was a little more peat smoke, but it's not. It's not completely gone. It's just I don't know, man. We'll have to we'll have to come back for that. It's a good taste, but 250 is man. They're really like you know trying too almost too hard. Let me get my pipe back here. I'll be right back. 1 second. I had a I've got some water here, and have not tried it with a little water yet. That might make a little bit of a difference. Got the old trusty pipe though that will do literally a drop, maybe two. Well, we'll try one drop first. If it's not enough to make a difference per se, then you know, we'll come back to that. But note to self, you whiskey drinkers, you can always add more. You can't take it away once you add it. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I definitely understand you on the auction thing there, Stephen. I'll be trying to get a few specialty things in myself here coming up. But yeah, I went kind of crazy with the colognes as you could tell. I've been wanting to get my expand my Kilhoman collection, which I think I did a pretty good job recently with all these. Still got to get the Cool Point and Saligo Bay. Those are eluding me, but I'm gonna get those eventually. There's only two I'm missing, believe it or not. Mm. I think it toned down. It brought like some spices in the nose. I think that drop of water, a little more barbecue actually. That's interesting. Maybe it brought a little like a little meatiness in it. That's kind of cool actually. Hmm. It's growing on me, but I don't know. Mm. Brought more creaminess. Pepper's still there. It definitely tames some of the harsh white peppery notes that came in from the get go, but still, it's solid. I do get the washbacky, the ultra fermentation thing. The notes are. It's definitely I wouldn't consider a complete novelty, but I just don't know about the 250. I gotta talk more about that. Yeah, CR released a couple of years ago. Flax fine, but I have issues with direction and pricing. Yeah, I will agree with Steven on the pricing. That is the pricing, man, is insane. But we'll get to that in a little bit. I actually traded for this one for something I really wish I still had an extra of. Oh man, Kilhoman is awesome, man. It's rare that you run into a bad one, that's for sure. I traded coats for a 57.1. Ooh, Springmate 12 for the Ardbeg. But I have never seen a committee release at the time. Man. I think you did a good trade, man. Because the Springmate 12, which is the cast strength, it's available every year. It is a great bottle. It usually runs 110. It was back in the day. Let me see what they're charging now for this. I'm almost afraid to look. 'Cause that was 5 years ago. It's probably a lot more. Springbank 12. If anybody has one, these guys do. But I know the prices for Springbank even has been like just insanely horrible. This was a 12. They don't even have the 12. Let's see what they're charging for the 10. That will tell me kind of an idea. Spayburn, no. Where's your Spring Bank? Damn it. Oh, wow. Do they not have any Spring Bank 10 either? This can't be true. Let me see what's going on. That's one thing, man. They've been selling like hotcakes. They have an 18 for 250. That's crazy money. They must be selling them like crazy though, because they usually. It's funny. This store I'm looking at usually has like a lot of Springbank, and they only have one 18, and the other two are 25-year-olds, and they're not even Springbank 25s. They're like Impex and El Delphi versions for 775 for the 21-year-old and 800 for the 25-year-old. That's just crazy. Oh man. Maybe it's gonna be hard. Let's look and see if I can find it somewhere else for you. Spring Bank 12, right? Yeah. There has got to be good. What? The first price that came up, I swear to God, I'm not joking. This must be like a really old uh version, but they're asking $500 for a Springbank 12 castrate. This has got to be a joke. Our 12-year-old edition, always balanced cast strength. It's wonderfully balanced, blah, blah, blah. 50, it's a 54.2 from 2017. It's not that old. And they're asking $500 for it? That's insane. There's no way. $300 on some of these, 130 and Drizzly is a 10. They're asking $130 for the 10-year-old. I could get that literally like 4 or 5 years ago for $70. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Oh my goodness, 12. Where's the 12? Oh, Bunnahabhain 12 for 66. That's pretty good. $100 for the 10 is like the going rate now, man. That's crazy. I guess the 12 is probably 150, I would have a guess. So if you got, 150 for it, which the black CR is worth more than 150, I think you got a good deal out of that, really. I don't think you messed up at all. I mean, there are some people trying to charge $350 for it, but there's no freaking way. I don't think I bought mine for 110, and I thought it was a good price. So there you go. Love to try Kilgalman Loch Gorm. Yeah, Loch Gorm is a really good release. I would highly recommend it. I love it. Are you still on the Ardbeg? I've poured another dram of it after I had it neat. I had it with water. I poured another one just to see, yeah, I'm still on it. I haven't opened up any of the other ones yet. I might open one if you guys are up for something. I might ask the collective if you guys are open. I'm gonna open one. I'm not open. I'm definitely not gonna open all of them, but I'll open maybe one more and see how it goes. Most of the spring bake 12s, especially the dustier ones with more chiller influence. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we found some dusty black label 12s through Whiskey Nose and some black box 10s. We bought them all. Wow, interesting. 127, yeah. Now that is reasonable. 15, I would probably even skip and go for the 18 at that price because you can get the 18 here down the street from me, literally, for a lot cheaper. Let me see, petite sellers. They don't, unfortunately, they don't ship chips, but if you're ever in Maryland, Petite Cellars is a really good place to get your scotch. They have a really, really good selection and pretty damn good. Let me see what the 18 was here. I think it was like the same price that you're saying. Let me see. Spring. That might have been Canadian though. Are you in Canada? I see. I can't remember. Spring Bank. Type worth a damn. There we go. Yeah, the 18 was 250. So if they're charging 230 for a 15, that's a bit too high, I'd say. Yeah, that's too expensive. Yeah, F15 is crazy high. 150 for the Springbank 15 Canadian. Now that sounds about right. Hey, good to see you, Samwellcast, man. It's been a while. I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty well. Had a bunch of renovations in the basement I had to deal with. That's why I took the long break, getting a lot of stuff ironed out, dealing with some health stuff. But I'm in the saddle. I'm having a good time with you guys, and wow, there's a lot more that joined the channel already. I appreciate you guys showing up and having a little whiskey fun with me. I'm enjoying the Ardbeg fermentation. It's good. I'm not sure if it's worth 250, but I'm kind of going through it. I was thinking of pouring the BIB if you want to open that one. I'm considering it. I'll definitely take a vote with you guys. I'm in Atlanta. Okay, that's right. Yeah, that's way too high for the 15. Yeah, 150 is about right. It's a 250 Canadian. Wow, this is 250 American here. Uh, if you're anywhere near Maryland and you don't mind a little drive, I highly recommend doing the Spring Bay 18 here in Maryland for 250. I think it's definitely a much better price. I mean, I even think that's a bit high, but I think all the prices for a lot of these are high because I'm used to 5 years ago prices, and they've been climbing slowly but surely. So it's still got that nice terry rope thing. I'm coming back to that terry rope. It's a very much a one-off thing that you only see in certain Ardbegs. The only other Ardbeg I ever got this note off of was the Kildalton, I think. I'm trying to remember another one that I got this off of. Maybe the Ardbog. It's definitely an older Ardbeg note. You don't get it unless you get like the 20 something, 17. It's got that. It's like a muskiness without being funky. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's definitely there for this 13-year-old. That's where they get you on the price is the 13-year statement, I think, for the 250. But man, you gotta love sourness, and man, it's so dry without the. I had to add another drop to see if the water helps on the if it helps on the finish it all on the palate. What you guys sipping? And tell me about it. Just curious what you guys are sipping and what you've what your experience is. This is a communal whiskey chat channel, so feel free to talk about whatever whiskey you feel like. It's good to see you too, Mr. Gerbic. I love the I love the it's almost like a human hybrid of a dinosaur, lizard, shark with legs. It's just the craziest thing I've ever seen. I like it. Yeah, I can see why you've heard bad things about it, but there's two things I think people should know about this dram. If you like Sour Patch Kids, Smarties, Sweet Tarts, you're gonna like it. If you don't mind doing some oxidation, that means leaving out the dram for a good 15, 20 minutes. I think you'll also like it a little bit more if you don't like the Sour Patch stuff. It's kind of the oxidation brings up more of the caramelization, butterscotchy notes, your typical bourbon cast stuff. So, with that said, I'm thinking that might be the way to go with this one, but I almost wish they didn't put an age statement on it so it would be cheaper. Because 150 to 180 to me is more fair. But it's really hard to say that when you're dealing with a 13-year-old age statement. So you're looking at an entry level at least 80 to 90 with an age statement. And then with the specialty committee release, with it being like, equivalent to some of these, it's such a niche subjective taste market. With it being sour, that's what makes it really tough to judge. It's not poor quality by any means. Quality is there. It's just whether or not you're gonna like it is really the catch. Good to see you too, man. GS Glen Scotia. I'm thinking Glen Scotia 18. For 175 Canadian, that sounds glorious. I would think. Let me see. Glen Scotias are hard to come by now in America. I've noticed. I'm not sure why that is. Um, that's a bit high, maybe, because I can get right now just to show you there. I'll put it in the chat if it lets me. There's a link to the Glen Scotia 18 for literally for 130. That is a good price. I'm gonna wait and save up for I think for the 25 if I can afford it, which I don't know. It's iffy, probably not, but it's worth maybe a gamble. But that's a pretty damn good price on a 18-year-old Glen Scotia. I'd say if you're paying 175 Canadian, that's like 190, 200 American. You can get it for a lot less if you are willing to come down to Maryland for it. Just saying. I don't mean to make you upset or angry, but I'm just saying that definitely look out for the prices on that stuff. I need to buy more of those before they go up in price here. I can get a Glen Scotia 18 for 120 at the moment. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the price. American. Oh, I see. The Canadian price would be higher, so that's probably why. Never mind. I'm confused. 175 Canadian is a good price for that, so you're right. Never mind. Shoot. I do like those candies. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you do like those kind of candies, the fermentation is good. Now, they charged me 250 for this. I don't know if I would say it's worth 250. That's where I'm kind of hung up on. I'm kind of I mean, it's almost worth it for the journey of back and forth and stuff, but that's what this is. The Kilhoman BIB is much better than the black. Oh, come on, man. Really? Maybe if you see, to me, it's tough because a lot of you guys I know like a more straight up bourbon cask without any other maturations or cask types involved. You just want a straight up 20, 30-year old great bourbon influenced batch and that's it. To me, I like a lot of the New Zealand, Pinot Noir casks for that black. To me, were special. I really, 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 really enjoyed them very much. I get what they were doing with that, and I get why it's worth the higher price for that one, and why some would appreciate it, some would not. Um, With that said, I usually do not like the straight up bourbon ones as much, even with the 30-year-old age, because to me they're not dynamic enough. They're not. They don't have enough variety to give me more tasty notes, for example. But we'll see. I might have to open it up just to see. I'm gonna have shark alligator half man. That's pretty crazy, man. I like it though. Of course, I love bourbon barrels. Yes, uh, that price get too. Yeah, every holiday season, I demand sweet tarts for a present. Well, you should get this fermentation, man. It definitely has that going for it. I'd say if you could find it for maybe a couple hundred or less. I don't know. The 250 is a bit high. Yeah, that was my link. Sorry about that. I misunderstood the Canadian transfer rate. You got a good price on that probably. Then the 54.2 Victoriana is just a dream. I agree. That was one of my first Glen Scotias I ever had, and it was under the radar. No one was talking about it. And you can look at my old review on it. I have a really old review on the Victoriana I did, and I really enjoyed it. It was definitely one of those whiskeys that I almost was not advanced enough to appreciate all the stuff. I think initially when I first had it, but I could tell there was a lot going on with it. I did appreciate the higher ABV, and the only thing that's lacking with that one was the age statement. But as good as that one is, you don't really need one to know it's high quality whiskey. It's just the way it is. It's pretty damn good, I have to say. Um, Favorite Glen Scotia is the 15 by mile. I think Malt User and Food Quick and Ralphie loved it too. Yeah, my personal favorite is that I've ever had of Glen Scotia is the 15. I have had the 18. I don't like it as much as the 15. And the 15, sadly, crazily, doesn't even have sherry, even though it tastes like it does. I would have sworn to my life that it had sherry in it, but Malta and I did some research, and it ironically doesn't. It's just the way that they produce whiskey has that kind of feel to it, where it gives it like a sherry type of feel. So, with that said, yeah, the 15 is still my go-to. That's why I'm holding out, thinking I'll save up for a 25, maybe if I can ever afford one, and see how that goes. Because surely it would be a little bit better than the 18. I don't know. Maybe I hope it's not a waste of time. Has anyone had a Glen Scotia 25? Let me know. Stephen Connor, you might have had one if you're still around. Let me know if you don't mind. Just curious. I've had 3 bottles of the wow, and the 15 also. Wow, that's crazy, man. Usually, I'll really enjoy a whiskey, and then I won't buy one again. The only whiskey I've ever bought again that I really enjoy is the Ugadal, the Glenmorangie La Santa because of the price, the Quinta Ruban because of the price. Um, Trying to think of any other really like majorly. Glendronach 12 is a no brainer. Whiskeys like that to me are easy to pick up on a regular basis because they are so good. Now, with the Glendronach doing the chill filtration, I might be hesitant on buying that again unless I find an old non-chill filtered bottle of like Revival would be an ideal. I might try to get my hands on one of those for a reasonable price. I also like the Kilhoman finished or full matured in something different too. Yeah, especially their Madeira bottles, USA batches, the port bourbon and Oloroso. Yeah, I love Kilhoman's Sauternes, their red wine maturation. I like all their stuff, man. It's always pretty damn good. I love their original cast strength is to die for. It's peanut brittle in a bottle. It's so good. Um, I think the 15-year-old and the Victoriana are the buys for the Glen Scotia without spending a ton on the other bottles. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. 15 is my favorite. My second favorite is the Victoriana. Third is the 18 so far. Double cask is pretty good. It's somewhere around the same kind of area after that, but that's about all I've had, I believe, other than some independent weird stuff from Glen Scotia. That's the only ones I've had. The 15 tastes like the Springbank 12 lowered to 46 to me. Yeah, that's a good description, I'd say, of that bottle. And it's weird. It's got this sherry feel, but there's no sherry involved. That's what tells you the Glen Scotia's got like some sort of hidden ace up their sleeve. Is they can make a bottle taste dead up like there's sherry maturation involved, or at least some sort of you know if it's not matured or what's the word for it? Maturation versus what am I looking for, guys? Maturation versus whatever. It goes to show that they got something special with that Glen Scotia 15. I don't know how the hell they deal with that. What is the big deal about high BVs like cast strength in that? Does it open the flavors? Yes, it actually does. It 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 not only does it open the flavors to me, it also gives. Sometimes it gives more of a. I don't know if it's true, but most of the time to me, it gives more of like a rounder mouth feel coat to the whiskey. 40 to 43 to me is very thin after, when I was, really young and not even, I shouldn't have even been drinking whiskey, having, a sip of a Jack Daniels, whatever. 40% was a big deal. I mean, that was like, wow, that's harsh. But once you've had 40 to 43 for a while, my sweet spot is 46 to 50. Anything in that area to me is perfection. Um, Not to say though that there are some great 60% whiskeys with a couple drops of water are also dead on perfection, And I don't mind them being higher ABV, 60 to 70%, with a drop or two of water it solidifies the whole experience. Now that's okay, but I'm very picky when it comes to that. But yeah, unless it's 43 is my absolute minimum. If it's a 40% whiskey, I wouldn't even bother unless it's extremely rare or extremely old. If it's 43, I'm still kind of like, oh man, unless it's extremely old or extremely rare, I'm kind of like, what's the point? 46 should be like the entry level to drams for me. 46 to 52 has always been the sweet spot if I can get it to that. If I can't get it to that, then you just kind of have to take what you can get. But if you can get a 46% whiskey to 52, that being your base, that I think is a really good sweet spot to look for. I bought a case of each and flipped half. Wow, man, that's funny. That's crazy. Have two and haven't opened one yet. I have no doubt it's better than the 15. You're talking about the 25. I have a feeling you have two and haven't opened one yet, but you have no doubt it's better than the 15. I- I'll be honest with you, Steven. I'm kind of nervous because when I had the 18 and the 15, off of the 15 was hands down better than the 18. But I'm not a huge straight up bourbon cask fan like some of you guys are. So some of you guys might prefer the 18 to the 15. That can happen, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's I'm hoping you're right, Steven. I'm hoping that with a 25-year anything, it's got to be better than her 15-year. You would think it's mathematically impossible for them to screw it up where they can't be better. That's what we're hoping, right? Especially with the investment we have to make to get that. It was a great move. Cast strength also allows you to proof it down to what you like. Yes, if you like it neat, fantastic. If you like it with water added, you get to decide what. To me, it also makes it more well-rounded. I mean, I love a dram where I can sit down, and this is the way I approach every whiskey, no matter if it's a basic 10 or even a non-age statement, what you might consider crappy versus a 25, 30, 40, 50-year-old whiskey. To me, it's all kind of the same thing I'm shooting for. And yes, I've had a 50-year-old, believe it or not. Um, First step is always go neat. Always pour it, and depending on the age, if there's an age statement, give it minutes, 13 minutes minimum on this fermentation, for example, 15 preferably. Um, then I can gauge whether or not it needs more oxidation. This one needs more. I would say 20 minutes, 25 minutes maybe on this whiskey. Just going off my own experience. After a neat nose, which I do get the terry rope and the citrus fruits, the oranges, the lemons, the limes. Get a bit of that peat smoke, but not to the level that you're used to with Ardbeg. It's milder, surprisingly. That might be why you see a lot of lower reviews on this one. It's not as in your face. This one's definitely a more of a process driven dram. This is a fermentation driven dram. It's not all about the peat. This one's about the process of
going through the whole motions, and I understand where they're coming from with that, but the 250 price tag is still a little bit much. But anyway, but yes, always go. And if you have give your whiskey room to give me a drop of water where I get a different experience. There are whiskeys out there. You add a drop of water, you don't get any different experience. It's the same neat end with the drop or two of water. That's not good. You want it to change as you're doing it. And thankfully, I'd say 90% of whiskeys do change with a single drop. And I'm not talking about getting a spoon out. I'm talking about getting like a pipette or some sort of mechanism eyedropper where you can really fine tune how much water you're adding to a dram. It makes the biggest difference in the world on a lot of these. Anyway, but yeah, if you don't have a way to evolve the dram, to me that's a huge misnomer. It's not. You're missing out a lot with the way it works. So definitely try it neat. The holes nose, palate, finish, and then with water, one or two drops. Nose, palate, finish. That's the real way I think to really to really address a whiskey. And I love my friend Whiskey Throttle Daniel up there in Moose Jaw, Alberta, probably. Where the hell are you, man? Good to see you, man. It's been a long time. I'm still alive, barely, and having fun with the Ardbeg fermentation right now. And a few Kilhomans, as you can see. What the hell's going on with you? Wow, I gotta catch up. It makes sense, but may not be higher ABV, give more of the distillate favorite about it. But I'm new to this. There is more to it than just distillate flavor. It makes it more of a heavier mouth coat. Usually, it's a little bit. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's like maybe that's the misnomer. Maybe that's the misinterpretation of what's going on. But uh, tell me, guys, if you think that a higher ABV makes any influence in the mouth coat. Is that true or not? I'm curious what you guys think as well. I did buy an 18 a couple of weeks ago. Wow, in 2013, got it for $100. Store owner was happy to get it out of the store. What the fuck? Excuse my French. I usually don't curse on these. I try not to, but what the hell? What the fuck? That's crazy, dude. That's insane. A new, brand new spot on the shelf, Highland Park 18. You cannot sell lower than 130 right now. There is no freaking way anybody in their right mind is going to sell a Highland Park 18 for under 130. And I see them usually as high as 160. And I'm saying it's not a bad price. I mean, 130 is where you want to go. 160 is high, but I have seen them for that price. But 100 is like for a 2013 bottle. That's. I don't have words for that, man. That's insane. Oh no, looks like someone's been drinking a little bit before me. WHST. I'm gonna guess that's wet. What the hell? Look, he's trying to type my hometown city of Louisville, Kentucky. Uh, what the hell, Louisville? You sound like a whiskey snob. No, I'm not a whiskey snob, and I'm the first to say, you got to get yourself down to earth when you're trying a lot of these, because some of you guys, man, are getting overly picky with whiskey. I've noticed. I mean, not overly picky, but you're getting overly nuanced with a lot of this stuff. But that's a whole other discussion. But it's all good. A long time coming. What is this? Oh man. 25 isn't the 18. Check out reviews on the newer version of the 25. Oh, I have heard great stories about this. I'm glad you brought that up, Steven, because I have not I haven't dove in. I haven't dove into the deep end yet, but I have heard really good stories about this New England Scotia 25. So I'm excited about that. I will look more into that. And you're right, it's not like the typical 18. You should have seen the live Telex and I did. Yeah, we've had our moments, man. We've had some shows that are unbelievable with the longevity. They rival Food Quake on some of those. I have a feeling. Paul M. Hello, sir. Hope you're well. I'm doing fine. Thank you. Yeah, good to see you, man. Yeah, I don't think any of us remember some of those shows that Daniel and I did. I've given up on. Oh, here we go. I've given up on committee releases from Ardbeg, not from me, Michael. Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that on one hand, but on the other hand, I've had lots of really big hits and I've had a lots of big misses. And let me go over that real fast again. Um, and some of these you probably won't consider a committee release, which is fine. We'll skip the Kildalton. That wasn't really a committee release, or Ardbog. I think the Era Verdes had one. I can't remember if it did. I know it's a limited release. We'll skip that. I know the Perpetuum had one. That committee release was just a toss. No, thank you. I don't know. The Perpetuum LR and CR didn't do a whole lot for me. The Dark Cove is one of the best drams of whiskey I've ever had. I will put it up against anybody on that one. I love Dark Cove CR. I also love the Kelpie committee release. I thought that was well fucking done. It was a great whiskey. I know some of you are kind of on some of the notes, but man, that those Black Sea casks, I could taste like a German breakfast in that dram. How could you not enjoy the Kelpie? I don't get it, but that aside, we'll go move on. The Groove CR I thought was actually pretty damn good for a beachside campfire. It had a lot of peat smoke in it, had a lot of barbecue, it had a lot of fruit. What the hell more do you want? But that's okay. Moving on. Drum, yes, I agree. That was a not a good representation of Ardbeg. I hope that Ardbeg does try to do a rum cast maturation at some point in a better way. Add more smoke somehow, maybe do something different. But the drum was a pass for me. Black I thought was pretty good, but I noticed a lot of people are indifferent about the black. We'll get the weeds on that one. The scorch to me was great out of the gate. Like as soon as I poured it, great experience. Not so much after oxidation. I think oxidation actually hurt scorch a lot. I did not enjoy it near as much as I did after that first pour. I think that was all of them recently that we went through. Sorry about all that, but yeah, they've had some hit and misses lately. And this one is it's not a miss. It's definitely not a miss for the. I love the character. I like the process. I like the experience, but the price is where I get kind of oh shit. I mean, did I just completely screw this up, or is this okay? I'm kind of on the fence about that right now. I was I'll have to drink more of it, and maybe it'll affect my mood. Doing very well. Good to see. It's really good to see all you guys. Yeah, I'm having fun. It's all that matters right now for me, at least. I hope you guys are having fun too. But yeah, it's good. It's definitely intense in the white pepper and the sour. It's a very white pepper, sour, tart dram. If you like white pepper, you like sour, you like tart, a little sweetness, but just enough to balance it with the peat smoke. If you like that, it's very more of an ashy kind of a peat than it's not a dark smoke by any means. This is like a more of a white ash kind of a peat smoke experience. If you're down with that, then I'd say pick a bottle up, maybe 250. I'm kind of thinking, man, I don't know. That was a bit harsh on the price on that, but a buck 50 to 175, I'd say go for it if you can find it for that. But I don't know. I'm not sure if that's even feasible. This is why I can't understand why Glenlivet 18 went to 40% from 43. So strange compared to everything. Yeah, and this is the reason why that is Milkman is because these guys are doing it for mass production. Now, when you think about distilleries like Glenlivet, Glenfiddich, Balvenie, Macallan, even these guys are putting out whiskeys and they're thinking big, big, big scale. These guys put whiskey out like you can't believe, and that might be a reason why they lower the ABV. But there's a lot of people that don't like, they like 80, 85 proof. They don't like a lot. higher than that. There are a lot of people out there, especially in the Asian market. I've noticed that a lot of these guys are trying to appease an Asian market, which they have a very low tolerance for high ABV. I've noticed, so that might be a part of this, but don't quote me on it. That's my hypothesis. We'll put it that way. They did make more money, and it depends on where you're from. Yeah, that HP 18 was at a small town liquor store I was driving through. Just decided to stop and see, and that's what I found. You are the luckiest. You're the luckiest punk I know, man. That's awesome. I have to give you a bow, but it's not as good as my drive through. And this does this my story and Daniel's story will definitely make it known that it definitely pays to talk to your whiskey people that run liquor stores. I'll have a quick story for you guys. I went to Cheers Wine and Spirits, which is local to me here in Severna Park, Maryland. So I go down there, I walk in. It's the first time ever being there, and I'm thinking, I just want to go in and see what they have. I'm used to Petite Cellars, which is like a great Scotch place that's got 25, 21s, 18s, 15s, 12s, and everything else. So this is a much, 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 much smaller, whiskey store. But I thought, it's worth pop in to see if they have any Dusties. Dusties are always good. But I wasn't really feeling the Dusties in this because this is a very busy, affluent area. So I go in and they have the run of the mill, overpriced Glenmorangie and Glenlivets and Lagavulins and things like that. So I'm like, oh, whatever. But I started up a conversation with the whiskey, not the owner of the store, but the whiskey, guy. And he's like, yeah, he's like, you know what? You sound like a person that might appreciate a few bottles that I have. And this is, I'm not exaggerating this. I'm not embellishing it, flourishing it. It's 100% legit. He's like, yeah, I've got a few Ardbegs. You sound like you're an Ardbeg fan, right? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a huge Ardbeg fan. He's like, yeah, I've got I think it's called a Supernova. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that's got my attention right away. He didn't even tell me the year yet. He's got a Blazda, which is another one that you don't see, even though it's unpeated from Ardbeg. It's still one of those that I wanted to experience. And he had a 2008 Ugadal, $300 for all three. A 2009 Supernova from Ardbeg. Wow, that's enough in itself. It's a stellar release, the first release. A Supernova Ardbeg for $100. Ardbeg Blazda, which probably could go for three or four or $500 nowadays, $100, and an Ardbeg Ugadal from 2008. I'm like, sold. I mean, that's the easiest sell I ever did in my entire life. And sure enough, I go up there with a few $100, and he's like, here you go. And he sold me. I was like, this is the best thing ever. I should do this more often. So it definitely pays to go and talk to your whiskey people. They might have some off the wall shit that you never thought that they would have, and they're willing to sell it at price to you. I mean, how could you go wrong with that? So I commend you, Daniel, for doing your recon and talking and getting a great price for that Holland Park 18, because that was spot on. Too bad about that cause. The 18 43% is my favorite dram. Yeah, yeah. The Glenlivet 18 at 43 was awesome. The new 40 is not as good. It was a 3.75 versus the old 4 to 4.25 type of dram. It's sad when it changes like that. Yeah, and McKellen, Balvenie. It's sad. 43 in USA, but 40 in Canada. Isn't that the craziest shit? Gave the fermentation a pass because of the price. Yeah, I don't blame you there, Welsh. Very good to see Welsh Toro. He's a old school whiskey aficionado as well. Yeah, like 150 to 180. I'm feeling, yes, I enjoy it. If you like Sour Patch Kids, I'm out of whiskey. What the hell's going on? If you're out of, if you like Sour Patch Kids, Smarties, that kind of stuff, with a little bit of the smoke and the peat, it's very low on the peat smoke. I mean, it's there, but it's not like as in your face as like a Ugadal or a Korjavrekken. That's the thing that kind of makes me kind of feel a little off. But the flavors and what they did are actually exceptional. But so it's kind of one of these. Oh man, it's 250 to me is what was the price you were quoted, Welsh? Because 250 is what I had to give for it. What was your price overall on that one? We are lucky to have that extra three. That's true. Very true. We're very lucky with the ABV differences for the USA. They realize Americans want a little bit more in the ABV. Hopefully, people like Whiskey Throttle in Canada and other countries can convince their people they also want a 43% baseline. Don't give us that 40% nonsense. That's crazy. Yeah, it does cost a lot more shipping for ABV. So that's the other thing you have to take into account. If you're buying through a reseller that's overseas, typically the prices you'll see, unless they have some sort of way around it, which does happen, I've noticed, they will charge you a little bit of a premium for a higher ABV whiskey because it's taxed that way. Uh, yeah, 250, man, it's crazy. I'm an easy drunk, so maybe I just drunk more than APV. There you go. That's the thing, man. Well, the alligator. Alligator is another a really good one. I haven't had a great chance. Haven't had an opportunity to try the roller coaster. I would love my own bottle of roller coaster someday. Hopefully, I haven't looked yet. It's probably way too late for that, but man, I would love to have my own alligator and roller coaster bottles. I do have a Dark Cove already, but man, that would be something else. The rest have ranged from decent to man. Yeah, the issue for me is the price, which rarely equates to the experience you get. Yeah, you're darn tooting on that one, man. That's what kills me about these guys. They have a great release with the Dark Cove. I think they did good with the Kelpie and the Grooves. But those are only three releases that I really enjoyed in the past 5, 6 years. With that said, I mean, the black is good, but it's not near as good to me as the Dark Cove, the Kelpie, and the Groove. So, um, with that said, it's like it's tough to justify spending those kind of prices. Everyone asks Telex to invite me. If you ever read the comments, I read the comments all the time. I'll invite you, man. I don't mind. Yeah, I'll get you in. Let me see, invite. And let me see if I can get old Daniel up in here. He's going to get me in trouble probably, but that's okay. It's still early. It's only 3, 3 in the Eastern time at least. Daniel, Whiskey Throttle, where are you, man? Sadly, I know a lot of people that have the name Dan or Daniel, so I got to go through a bunch of insanity to find you. Let me do a search for Daniel Whiskey. That should pull you up, I hope. Maybe not. Let's try Throttle. That should do it. Throttle. Why am I having a hell of a time finding you, Daniel? Send me an email to telex@outlook.com so I can just pop you in here. It's telex@outlook.com. TELEX@outlook.com. Send me an email and I will get you in the show deal here. Your story definitely went up to my story. I did some other bottles from him too that were hard to find bourbons. Elijah Craig Beef, oh wow, 519 and C919 plus the Holland Park for 300. Wow, that's really well done, man. And it goes to show, man. Sometimes these rural guys have a really hard time selling top of the line stuff, and if you wait long enough, and they've been sitting on this bottle or two for a while, you're right, man. You go in and talk them up, and if you make it sound like you're an enthusiast, that you're into it, and you would appreciate the craft, they're going to sell to you way before someone else, and they'll probably sell it to you for a much reasonable price. So keep that in mind. We just don't have liquor shops like these in the UK. Even the shops sell nearly all their stuff online. There are no surprises. I got a Yamazaki 18 in postal mess up though. Well, that's a hell of a nice mess up to have, dude. There is Throttle. Let me get Throttle in here. Reply. Let me paste my little blurb deal. And I just sent you an invite, Throttle. I'll see you pop in the green room when you're there. Write me a message in the chat if I don't pop you in early, but you should get an invite here shortly. Yeah, that's a sad thing. They might not have shops in the UK like that. That's really sad though. They don't. But to get a mix up from a Yamazaki 18, I'm afraid to even know what the prices run on that because I remember even early on in my whiskey journey, which was 6 years ago, uh, I knew about the Yamazaki 18 going for like 200, 250, somewhere around there. I'm afraid to, oh my God. Are you $1,300? Is this a joke? Is it really $1,300? This was going for 250 back when I started my whiskey journey. I never got into it, but man, I should have bought like 5 or 6 bottles of that shit if it's going for $1,300. That's nuts. For an 18-year-old whiskey? No way. It's got to be a specialty or something. I don't know. Daniel mentioned sharing a StreamYard link. Yeah, I did. I did send him that. It was about 150 pounds, but I just couldn't see the reason for that. We just encouraged them to rip us off if we buy it. That's crazy, man. Yeah, that's nuts. But that's an excellent price, I'd say, for even pounds. I mean, I'm seeing it sell for 1299.99. And that's not an exaggeration in multiple stores. That's just crazy. What's Wine Searcher say? Let me see something. Yeah, the cheapest they have it is for 1,200, dude. So it was about 150 pounds. That's like the ultimate steal. You've beat all of us when it comes to the deal of the century on that one, man. My God, seriously, the cheapest I could find that bottle. I cannot believe this is $1,200. That's nuts. That's crazy. That's man. What are you pouring next, buddy? Sorry to get off on a tangent. We're gonna pour what you guys think. Okay, so I got 4 options here. You guys tell me what you think I should open. We have a Kilhoman, United States of America small batch. This is a Sauternes cask bourbon barrel sherry cask at 48.3 and number 5, 1260 bottles on this one. That's the first option. So that's one. Then we'll go to this is the one Daniel wants to open. This is the BIB. I thought it was going to be bottled and bond, but no, bourbon influence batch. This is a bourbon influence batch. Nice ABV at 50%. 2012 distilled, 2021 bottled. It's a 9-year maturation, so it's the age statement. That's pretty nice, I have to say. This might be my first age stated Kilhoman, if I'm thinking about it right. I might have to go back and look, but might be one of the first. This is tempting because I haven't had a 9-year stated one. Maybe outside of a couple. We'll have to come back to that one. A couple other ones that I did not have in my collection that I thought was a absolute necessity, and that was the PX Sherry matured, sweet, dark, no chill filtration there. 47.3. This looks pretty good, I have to say. 12,000 bottles, 2021 release. That one might be one. And we also finally have a Fino sherry maturation, 46%, 10,500 bottles, done in 2020. So those are our 4 choices. What do you think I should open, guys? I'll open up whatever one you guys vote on. It doesn't matter to me, really. Uh, I do prefer the matured, the those for my own palate typically, but I do like a lot of the bourbon straightforward ones too on occasion, especially if they're Kilhoman. It's kind of hard to mess up a Kilhoman. I've not seen Daniel pop up yet. Hopefully he got my invite. I'm not sure what's going on there. Only one Daniel good enough for a wrench though. I already sent it to him, so he should have it. Any recommendations? Because if I send a link to you guys, there might be a bunch of you guys click on it. I can't have like 10 people in the chat. That 20 people in the show. That would be way too much. But we can do a few of you guys if you're interested. Any recommendations of the Kregeliki, Corey Reckon, or Alpolton 18 could mature like me, learn to pick from most friends. Are you asking which of the 3 should you start with as far as oh, there we go. This is a good question for Daniel as well. I see him in the chat here. Let's add him. Let me fix this. Good to see you there, Daniel. Can you hear me okay? I definitely see you. I don't hear you though. Let me see if I got a sound issue on my end. Hold on. You are muted, my friend.
I am not muted. You can hear me now.
Yes, yes. You have corrected your mutation.
Right on.
How's it going, man?
Much better now that I've seen you.
Well, I appreciate it, man. It's been too long.
Very, very, very. I got to look here and I got the camera here. So
I know how it goes. I've got a camera right over there, but I've got a monitor over here, a monitor over here, a
yeah,
monitor down here, and the whiskey over here. So I'm like all over the place.
I got, here, camera here. I don't know
Damn,
what,
you got dueling cameras.
I don't know what that camera there. I can't, the one I just plugged in didn't work, but whatever.
It did switch over. I saw it for a second. There might be a little bit of slight delay when you do a pan, go from one camera to the other, but it did work.
But this one's better.
It's all good, man.
All
I'm
good.
I'm looking at your. Oh, you're like the Brook Lottie fucking king, dude.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I gotta lower the camera here.
Yeah, you might have to
Let's do
hide
that.
some. You might have to hide some of those Brook Lotties because my eyes, as soon as I see rocks, I'm like, what the hell?
You know, I just bought those rocks for like under $50 here. So
Damn, man.
you know,
Good, Dan. If you guys don't know Whiskey Throttle, he's got great choice on whiskey. He's not afraid to do independence and all sorts of nice.
What about over there?
He's a huge Scotch Malt Whiskey Society fan as well, which I am too. I'm thinking about rejoining these guys because
I've been a member for 10 years and never left.
I didn't really leave per se. It's more
You
of
left.
no.
You got tainted by those dummies. I really drives me nuts. Like there's way better people to be representatives than, and you can tell them I said that. Anybody in there, they already know. I know they got thousands and thousands of viewers, but
No, I'm not disputing that. I miss. The only reason I was kind of hesitant because I was on this distillery journey thing that I'm still kind of in the midst of trying to finish it out, where I'm getting all the distillery bottles from like Glen Keith and Glen Ord and some of these one-offs. But I'm not putting you guys through that anymore. I'm kind of doing that on the side, but I am going to be doing lots more independence and more like things that I know, like that I'm going to like Kilhoman and Ardbeg, things like that. So.
Well, I mean, just do whatever you want to do. If you're doing it only because of likes, then
yeah, I definitely don't do that.
I mean, no, you're not. You're not following the algorithms. You're not doing all that other stuff, which kind of annoys me with some people. That's all. But that's a different rant.
No, I 100% full-fledged agree that it should be about the whiskey experience. How can you help people along the way? How can you help people save money?
Yeah.
And how can you, get people involved? I mean, that's what it's all about, right?
The bottom shelf are unicorns, Daniel H. says.
Exactly.
There could be some bottom shelf unicorns, yes.
Here's a question
for Daniel H. and the bourbon loving people, that might be a unicorn, but they don't even know about it.
I know what that is.
Look at the color of that. Look at the color of it.
I know what that is because I'm lucky enough to be from where that came from, and I actually bought a bottle a lot like that many years ago for my stepfather. That's not my stepfather, my father-in-law who's passed away now. But it was an awesome bottle.
But I mean, what is it? Tell them what it is, because
that's Booker's, man. That's a Booker's bottle, I'm sure.
I know, but look at the color of it.
It's the darkest Booker's bottle I've seen in a long time.
Oh man, I'm talking about the case. It's white. It's just unstained.
Yeah, you don't. That I could tell that it's definitely a specialty deal. I didn't know that.
It's old. It's old. Look at the new Bookers. Look like this. There, my hands.
Oh, okay. See, I'm not used to seeing these newer bottle deals, but yeah, you're right. That's a much older representation of what.
And they have a different batch code now. So this batch code is C05812, and the new ones start off with a year and 01E. I haven't really done the research. Some of the so-called bourbon guys, because there's a million of them.
That's a good pickup though. I had a question for you. Here's a good question from the
field. Yeah. Let's get back to that. Yeah.
What are your feelings on Krgeliki 17, Ardbeg Quarry of Reckon, or an Old Pulteney 18 as far as an amateur? What would he pick the most notes from? And I'm thinking
Krgeliki.
I'm thinking the Kriegelke is probably the way to go because for people that are not veterans, the peat smoke might like overtake their palate and their nose. But the
Well, I really don't tell anybody not to drink whatever you want to start with. I mean, obviously, guys are like, I don't like whiskey because it tastes like peat. Well, it's probably because their grandfather gave them a Lafroig or a Talisker and didn't tell them what it was, right? And then
exactly.
educate them because that's what they were drinking right from the beginning. I mean, if I drank what my father and brother drank, I'd have diabetes because they were into the liqueurs. I'm like, what the heck? I can't handle this stuff, right? And my dad was in the Navy, World War II, Canadian Navy, so linked to Britain, so everything was rum, right?
Oh yeah.
You know. But
Yeah.
anyway, the Kriegelke, I tell all the people, like, you can buy a 13-year-old Kriegelke for cheap out there, right?
Oh yeah.
And the yellow bottle, get it? It's the best because it isn't a beginner's whiskey, if you want to say that.
Right.
It is complex. It's got some smoke in it. I wouldn't say it's peated, but that depends. And yada yada yada. You're gonna get, people. I have a hard time figuring stuff out, and I drink whiskey.
Yeah, peat and smoke for you, some of you guys that are newer, is completely different. There are whiskeys that are peated that are not as smoky, and there are a lot of smoky whiskeys that are not peated, believe it or not.
Yeah, but
So
I don't think you have very many greenhorns in your chat right now.
I honestly don't know, but I like to just put it out there just in case someone's new pops up and is like wondering, what is that really about? What are they talking about? I just try to every once in a while I do try to. I don't want to say dumb it down, but I try to make it a little bit more accessible.
You're from Louisville. Are you sure you want to use that word?
Louisville.
Louisville. Anyway.
No, not Louisville. There's no Louis other than the King Louis of being involved with the French influence. There's no Louis involved.
Listen, buddy, it's Louisville. Okay, let's get real English, proper English here. Louisville.
But it's a French influence deal. But come on,
it is not the French way. The French would still say it with the French accent, and they would still say Louisville. Huh?
Louisville.
Yeah. I don't care what you say.
Très bien, monsieur. Anyway,
I only have a French accent. I don't have the French words.
Je parle français un peu aussi, so I know what you mean. Anyway,
Welsh Toro, also the Kriegelke.
Yeah, the Kriegelke 17 by far to me would be the best choice here because I'll be honest with you, I much prefer the Old Pulteney 15 new than the Old Pulteney 18 new.
What about the 17 and the 21-year-old?
Well, the 17 and 21 are both spectacular. I'm talking about the new make. They've changed it to 15 and 18. The 15 is actually better than the new 18, believe it or not.
Yeah, I stopped buying those.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to buy a new one, I would get the 15 way before you would get the 18 actually, anyway.
It's funny that you mentioned because I do have something new that I bought just. Oh,
whoa! We have had a fall over. Are you okay, man?
I'm fine. I didn't fall. Camera might not be.
But. Oh man, get you put like a little tightening on the sides in that one.
We got her. I kind of wanted. I knew you would finally get to the comments and see. Look, I'm sitting sideways now. The thing tripod fell. I did. I bought the new Bal Blair.
Oh, okay.
I'm buy the 12-year-old or the 10-year-old, whatever. It was cheap, but you just buy it. Now you can compare it to what you think they used to be.
Is this your first time trying the new 12?
Yes.
I'm curious to see what you think. Do you mind go ahead and open it up and have a little pour to see what people think? I'm just kind of curious because I'm a huge fan of the old the vintage series of the 99 and the 05 and the 83 and the 99 and all those, but I never tried any of the 12, 15, 18 series like you've got there. Yeah, that's exactly like I've got back there. That's exactly this. That's my favorite bottle. Oh, what do you got there, dude? Oh, it's not open yet. Well, hell, we might have to open up that one. I'm joking. That's a very excellent 30. What's that? 34 years? It's great. Oh my God. You got multiples of this stuff? Oh, 78. Oh, God bless, man. Come on. You're killing me.
Anyway, we're gonna bore whiskey. Welsh Toro is gonna go. Oh, I've seen all this stuff before. I don't need to see anymore.
When are we gonna have a trip to Moose Jaw to have a little get together, man?
I
Seriously.
don't know. Go ahead because I don't live in Moose Jaw, but let's go. You saw me do a live in Moose Jaw when I was there working. You knucklehead.
Yeah, I
And
can't
you
get it out of my
get out of
head.
your head that I live in Moose Jaw.
You're in Calgary, right?
No, I'm not in Calgary.
Don't tell me. You're in what I would call Regina, but y'all say Regina, which is really kind of unnerving to me. But
Regina? That's Saskatchewan. That's probably 3 hours from Moose Jaw.
yeah,
I'm
not
not
there
in the
in-
province of Saskatchewan.
okay.
I know it's hard for you guys to figure out down there because you can't even say the word Louisville.
That's Louisville.
Louisville.
You kind of remind me of Dick Cheney when he was in his undisclosed location back when 9/11 was going on, dude.
All right. Listen, I live in the Texas of Canada.
Okay, if I'm told the Texas of Canada, that's Alberta, right?
That's the oil patch country, yeah.
Okay. If you're not in Calgary or Moose Jaw, the only other city I know in Alberta, oh man, I'm stretching here. Edmonton's in Saskatchewan, right?
Oh my heavenly Lord, man! They never invented maps down in the U.S. yet.
I used to draw Canadian provinces when I was 5, believe it or not. I am very well versed with your provinces, probably more so than most Canadians, believe it or not. But I can't remember. Edmonton is Alberta, actually.
You just typed it in. Someone's talking to you there. Yeah.
I didn't see. I swear to God, I'm going off memory. Edmonton's Alberta. So you're in Edmonton, correct?
I am in Edmonton, Alberta.
I nailed it. I find you either way.
You found her sooner or later.
Oklahoma Sooner.
Yeah. Paddle faster.
Anyway.
Any more wild questions?
Have you pulled the trigger on this guy by chance? I'm just curious.
No problem, because you know what? We get our Ardbeg very late here. They get it. I am a committee member. Michael's been to Medicine Hat. I don't recognize Michael, but welcome to Medicine Hat, I guess. But
I've heard of Medicine Hat. I've never been there, but
yeah, it's like 6 hours from where I live.
Oh wow, is it up north?
No. It's actually considered a windy city. I have a nephew down there, and that's what he's doing. He's building windmills.
Oh wow,
yeah.
Good for energy though.
Yeah, great.
Get off that oil, my friend.
So you want me to open this one, eh? Just this one.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm just curious to see what you think about. I mean,
I got so many other bottles here. I don't know why I'd open this one.
If you have an old equivalent to go against the 12 to open, that would be even more ideal. But if you don't, that's okay. I'm just kind of curious of how does the 12 equate to the old 05 or 0 something.
Buddy, I'm sure I got a sample of it if I showed you. Like I'm sitting next to boxes and boxes of samples.
Oh no!
People wonder why I don't open anything.
There's just so many of them, right?
Well, let me just here. I'll give you a little look.
Oh wow, that's a lot of samples.
And there's more samples there.
Oh my goodness!
That black box is full of samples. I never even opened it, which I pay for them and I provide a bottle for.
Oh geez.
It's if you ever look her up, Black Cat Whiskey on Instagram, she bottles all of them, like that blue box over there. She made that all nice and fancy.
Black Cat Whiskey. I'm gonna write that down actually.
Her name is Nicole, and Nicole knows her stuff, man. She's very good with whiskey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump all over that because I know how that goes sometimes with the trying to get some samples and stuff in. You got a really, really nice setup there. Do you by chance have an old Balvenie, not Balvenie, Ballblair, like an alt bottle, like an 05 or an 02 or 03 or anything like that?
You keep these people entertained and let me go to my whiskey wardrobe and see what I got there.
I sure will. I'll go back and catch up with these comments. I appreciate it. I'll put you back in here in a second. Let's see if notice that Daffmill team were pouring a 15-year bottling at Fife Whiskey Show the other day. I bet that went for crazy money if they have a 15-year-old they're pulling out. Because I've got an old 2007 bottle back there they were charging $250 for, and that wasn't even come close to 15 years. Oh, Welsh got a Eagle Rare 17 in a postal mess up. Wow, that's crazy. Sanic is a good one if you like a savory dram. Bottom shelf for unicorns, that's for sure. None of us are really saving anything, that's for sure. They changed this 2013. Yeah, a lot of back and forth in the bourbon thing. I did 13. I wanted to try 17. Yeah, 17. I'd say would be your best bet to go for notes if you want true tasting notes. Second would be the Corey Vrecken, and I would skip the Old Pulteney 18 and go for the Old Pulteney 15. That would be my way I would go on that one. I'd go for the Krgeliki. Yeah, Krgeliki is definitely more unique. Yeah, it's not sweet either. I'd say. Donc on parle français. No, not now. We don't talk about Barbara Pulteney because they are nowhere near as big as they were. Yeah, Everhausen has effed them up. That's not good, man. 18, yeah. I'd like to try it, but let me put Daniel back in here. I'd like to try it, but I don't know if it's worth the craziness for that. Did you find an alt distillery bottle by chance?
No, I don't know where anything is. What I did find
okay.
was an open bottle, old 18.
Oh wow, okay. Well, that's going to be considerably better than the Ball Blair 12. I would say. So
I'm not comparing them. I'm just telling you what I found when I found this.
Ooh, alligator! Oh, dude, that's torturing me. I don't have any alligators at all, and I heard that they had their committee and their regular release was the same spirit, which is kind of crazy, believe it or not. So I gotta.
It wasn't ABV. It wasn't jacked up or what?
Supposedly, I don't know if this is true, but supposedly the alligator, when they did a committee release and a limited release, it was the same kind of stuff. So I got to look in to see if I can find any bottle of alligator that I can get my hands on. Would be nice.
You know what? Lots of companies do that, right? I got a bottle of Brook-Laddie Port Charlotte. Independent bottle, and it is
wow.
It is. Hold on a second here. I'm so disorganized for the last. I don't know. How old am I?
I see a Tula Bardine in front of you there too.
The Tula Bardine, the first one they came out with of the Marquee collection. Yeah. And they were like $70 a bottle.
Yeah, I got myself one of those and I really enjoyed it too. I know what you mean.
No, this is Duncan Taylor.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And it's a 14-year-old.
14. Wow.
But PC, see the PC after that's Port Charlotte, right?
And also 52.8% ABV.
Yeah.
Wow.
But before I show you the bottle, it's cast number 97610, bottle 59 of 133.
Oh, man.
Distilled in 03, bottled in 2018. But I have found this bottle, or one almost identical to it. But it is not the same. It's got a different quantity of numbers.
Oh, wow.
Right?
14.
But and now I'm under a bright light. I'm under actually daylight because I have a dome on the roof.
It looks good, though. I can see it.
Look how dark that baby is.
That is really, really nice.
Wow.
Filtered. For Brook-Laddie, man, that's crazy to see. Because usually Brook-Laddies are always like, they don't really get into the whole, unless you get one of those specialty bottles, you don't see a lot of maturation and stuff.
Yeah, this is Duncan Taylor Rare Old, because most of my collection is believe it or not it's independent bottlers. It's all independent bottlers. Now I have a question here. Which year is the Glendronach? Dollars to donuts, if I can get the light on this the right way. This is 2014.
Do you like the Duncan Taylor? Is that a good independent bottler in general, or have you had a good bottles in general from those guys?
My first, they call it a master tasting or master class. They call it, was done by Peter Curry, which you guys can find on the internet and social media. He works for Duncan Taylor. He was the one that did the first master class that I ever went to at the first whiskey festival I ever went to here in Edmonton. And that whiskey festival, All the master classes are almost sold out. Some of them were, bigger brand names and stuff like that than Duncan Taylor.
Yeah.
But somebody recommended if you want to really learn about different whiskeys, then go to a one with independent bottlers.
Oh yeah.
And so we had, I think, 6 or 7 samples in front of us. And those samples, though, he's the one that enlightened me, and I was green as could be. But you know how they'll go on about Brookladdy. Oh, it's salty because it's by the sea and it's this and that and so on, right? Or Ardbeg or whatever they talk about, right? And the flavors you get just because of the location.
Right.
And he's like, the funny part about that is that a lot of places they have a warehouse for the tourist area, right? For when you go to a place, right? But they also have warehouses in other places. Plus, being on an island, they need to get the stuff to mainland to be bottled, to be whatever, right?
Right.
So he's the one that said, yeah, and you get the wonderful aroma of diesel motors from the trains and so on.
Yeah.
Right. So part of what I learned and really realized when I was there in Scotland at Springbank, we went into Springbank and we're standing by their fire, right? And it is all a big pile of dry peat waiting, just like on a train, waiting to be shoveled into the hole to smoke it up.
Nice.
Right. Later we went upstairs and we actually walked on the floor of
nice
the old floor, right? Pitch black. Everybody had to have their cell phones on.
Wow.
And for myself, who work in the construction, and another guy, the construction, we were like, okay, because you're climbing up a really weird set of stairs to get in it. They serve dinners in it, by the way, fundraising dinners. Once a year, they sell a fundraiser and give a bottle away, or everybody gets a bottle of something.
Damn, that'd be nice.
But what everyone there was like, oh man, Pete, the smell of it, right? Because it was raining that day. Outside is a pile of wet peat. They blend it together. The wet peat makes, so you get more smoke. They're not really looking for a giant fire, right?
Right.
I could smell the peat, yes, but I had to think about it. What I smelled was hydraulic fluid.
Oh, yeah.
Why did I smell hydraulic fluid? Maybe because of the industry I work in and the site I go to.
Construction,
I went right around the corner behind the pile of peat, in between a little cubby hole of the actual fire, the smoker, and the exterior wall, was the motor that runs the fan.
Oh.
And it's old, and it's just a kind of a pump, and it's got hydraulics. And that's what I smell, right? So there you go, right? The Milkman Kid, what's that? I just read Glencadam, 15 notes, and the dryness. Yeah, what was Glencadam finished in? If they're saying dry, is it a sherry finish?
I'm trying to find which one. Is it this one here? Oh, 15 Glencadam notes and the dryness I'm reading about. I really liked the Glencadam 13 and I was lucky enough to save up to get the 21, and the both drams to me were absolutely outstanding. Do you like Glencadam at all, Daniel?
I am, yeah. I like Glencadam. I think I almost need to start drinking from different stuff. I
can't remember having the 15, but I can definitely say the 13 and the 21 are definitely more than worth the price of admission.
Yeah. Welsh says that he's a big fan of 80 Rataray. I have some 80 Ratarays. They're pretty nice. And lately I've been buying up a whole bunch of Gordon and MacPhail's. The newer releases of Gordon and MacPhail's are Gordon MacPhail's a little fussier about the barrels they finish the whiskeys in and do things with, right? So
the newer ones?
Yeah. Well, I think maybe even in their old ones,
Oh, okay.
And I have, obviously, you can see behind me a bunch of Carnmore. Not more.
Yeah, Carnmore is one of those I usually see. Do they do outside of Kalila and stuff too, right?
They do everything. Like, that's a Klein Leash. This is Old Perth. Kind of got a big story to it, which I'm not going to repeat because I'd probably get it wrong. This one here, the 1987 Invergordon.
The Old Perth, is that an old grain distillery?
No, it's all Carnmore. Carnmore. Pardon me, I keep saying it wrong. So that's out of Perth, and it's just old. It's just they name it Old Perth to represent the age and all the other stuff they do with it, right?
Is this Australia or a different Perth?
No, it's Scotland.
It's Scotland, Perth, but it's not. Is Old Perth the name of the distillery?
Oh, it's not a distillery. It's an area where they have an independent bottler called Morrison and Mackay.
Well, I mean, I'm familiar with Carnmore, but I'm wondering, like, which distillery did that particular bottle come from? Are you able to discern where that
No,
came from?
well, this is a blended one,
Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Okay.
right? And it has a bit of a story to it to do with some military, and they ordered it, and then I don't know, they changed their mind or something went on and so forth. They ended up with.
That's
Right?
one thing I never tried is like a blended independent bottling of something. It's one of those that I've never tried before.
Do I need to send you bottles or what?
No, no, no. I'll take a stab at it. It's just a risky business.
This one they call Bequest, and I forget why. Celebration of the Cask, meaning that it's a limited bottle. But this is a 1987 single grain from Invergordon, and I drank this out of the barrel.
Oh wow!
we bought the liquor store I traveled with. They bought the entire barrel.
Wow!
And bottled it. Right, that was in 2018. Right, 245 bottles.
Wow, that's crazy.
So it's good. I like it. I sent it to somebody, and they're too good to do a review of it. Let's put it that way.
Oh, that's not good.
Standalone interview. A standalone. They're too anal to do a standalone because it wouldn't get them enough. No one's looking for that bottle, right?
Oh,
that's why you see guys doing the complete lineup of Johnny Walker, right? Because they get all the guys from India like their video or watch it, and they get all these. You think we're stupid and foolish? I think you. Who mentioned Port Charlotte?
Hold on. I'll tell you what, guys. If and this is to Daniel and anyone else out there, if you ever want an honest review of anything, I don't care what it is, I promise. I don't do these every week anymore, but if you want an honest review of anything, I will sit down and go through whatever it is. I don't care what it is. If you do send it, so let me know in email if you want to trade some stuff on the side, maybe, and we can do some stuff on that. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say somebody mentioned that they got a Daniel Haston. Is it last name Haston? Mr. Texas. We'll just call him Mr. Texas.
Yeah.
He says that he got a Port Charlotte. It's not. Is it OLC? It's CC01, not OLC. Maybe that's
CC01. Gotcha.
My favorite recent finds. Well, I'm holding this bottle. I got this at the airport in Scotland on my way home.
Oh man, the CC01 2007. Oh, it's not even opened yet. That's so
well, because then I mean I get so much stuff and I get busy that ultimately it ended up showing up here on. So this is one of the ones I bought.
I need a bus to Edmonton.
Buddy, yeah, you come on up here, bring some people up, see if you ever get out of here alive. But.
It'd be funny if I actually made a journey. I mean, if I made it on a bus journey to Edmonton, you'd have to reward me with something, right?
I don't think we let buses in here anymore.
Okay.
Where was it? We had somebody on a Greyhound shortly after Greyhound shut down the completely. There was somebody that on a Greyhound had some psychologically imbalanced person cut his head off.
Oh man, jeez, dude, that's
you never heard about that? I don't know where it was.
God, no, thank God. Makes me want to gouge my eyes out.
Well, it makes you want to think about who you're traveling with and to pay attention. I probably would not be able to sleep completely. I might close my eyes and lay my head back, but my ears are full blast.
I'm always aware of my surroundings.
it's not that you want to be untrustworthy of people and so forth, but there's so many problems and issues in the world, right?
That's very
true.
Well,
I have Ralphie's single barrel bottling of Port Charlotte. Oh man, you know I'm into motorcycles, right? And I love the Isle of Man and whatnot, and I would love to go to the Isle of Man, which you've got to book and plan 2 years ahead if you ever go there.
Go to where now?
Isle of Man.
Isle of Man. Oh yeah, the Isle of Man. Gotcha.
So the Isle of Man TT
Yeah.
Tourist Trophy is a motorcycle race. The whole island shuts down for like 2 weeks.
Oh
And
wow.
and I believe I'm correct in this, but I believe that Ralphie lives on the Isle of Man.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is also known as a tax haven, right? So maybe there's a reason he lives there. Who knows?
What's
Other than
your?
what he used to do. But anyway, you asked me a question about Duncan Taylor
Oh yeah, I
and
just
why.
wondering if you
So
like their bottles in general.
yeah, so when he went through, he actually, sometimes they sort things by this is fruity and light. Like if you're in an SMWS tasting, they lay it all out in so that the first peated one you get is light peat, and then you get the heaviest peat last.
Okay.
And even in those tastings, I learned that you shouldn't judge things by their color and so forth. But I also add 5 drops of water. I always use 5 drops of water. And because I go back to the first one and I'm having a completely different tasting, the tasting has changed, right? And we did it somewhat blind. You could have the numbers, but maybe all the details about what barrel came off, age, all that type of stuff, we did it blind, right? Anyway, with the Duncan Taylor, we get along, and there's one, I think it's like the middle one, third last one, that is as light as light could be. Like, look,
Oh
you can
wow.
see
Yeah.
right through it, right? And it was the most flavorful one out of the bunch, and that was his whole point. He waited, and he said, "Don't let color fool you." And that's when I got my first lesson on unchill filtered, which what
Oh
they
yeah.
call on this is no chill filtering or coloring. And it is, I don't even know if they still have this range. They call it the NC2 range.
NC2. Okay.
Yeah. No chill, no color.
I like
NC2.
that. That's a
Yeah.
brilliant way to describe your whiskey, I'd say.
Yeah. And this was Royal Bracula, 12-year-old.
Oh, nice. Okay, the NC2. Do you see that outside of Canada as well, or is it only a
I
Canadian?
I have actually, I would have to go on their website.
Okay.
You can go to
I'm,
the website, dtcscotch.com. Duncan Taylor Scotch.
I'll have to look. That's awesome. I
I
like the
haven't
fact
seen
that
it.
they're emphasizing the fact that it's not colored or chill filtered, which is what
Yeah.
you want across the board anyway, right?
I mean, they got stickers even on the top of the lid saying non-chill filtered non. This is their right turn cloudy. Now, you know what I found out the other day? There's a place up here called Whiskey Drop, right? They actually ship whiskey. I think only in Canada, but maybe everywhere. And a liquor store. And the owner's name is Graham Usher. He actually is related to a family in Scotland that actually used to make Usher whiskey, I think.
Nice.
Some sort of a blend. Anyway, he was explaining to a friend of mine who does not drink but came into the store with me about chill filtered because he kept hearing this word and he didn't know what it meant, right? But he explained, he says, actually, it was the movie industry that wanted chill filtering added
Wow.
because when you had a glass in a movie scene, they didn't want it to get all cloudy and murky
Oh,
looking
that
in the
makes
scene.
sense. Yeah.
So they figured out a way to clear up the cloudiness, which was chill filtering. And of course, now they use it in marketing and whatnot. And you get one distillery that's hated for doing it and the other one that's not. But you get the same thing with beer. Like
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Innocent Gun, but if I go to a pub and they pull it out of the cooler where they keep their Coors Light in a nice freezed and cooler, right? Especially the or our Kokanee, whatever one came with the mountains on it, and if it was cold enough, the mountains were a certain color, and when they warmed up, they were no good, right? They use it in everything to clearing, But when you pour an Innocent Gun that's ice cold into a cold glass, guess what? It gets all cloudy, and it doesn't taste the same.
Yeah.
You need it at maybe no more than 6 degrees.
That's
Right?
interesting, but I'm glad you told me about that. It makes sense because I was wondering why visually people weren't like down with the whole cloudiness. 'Cause to me, it's like I don't care what it looks like. It's all about the natural experience of what you're supposed to
But
get.
in the movies, it's a different world, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Daniel is asking what Kilhoman are we doing, and Daniel, for your since you were here first and you were the guy that was really engaged and I did this for you. We're gonna do the 9-year maturation bourbon influenced batch.
I only have one Kilholman here, and I ain't opening it.
It's okay. I understand how
And
it
then when
goes.
I show it to you, you'll probably, if I show it to you,
Why don't you?
Welsh,
Why won't you show it to me?
Welsh, I want to show you something with your second to last comment there. I agree with you. Duncan Taylor made some very nice rum.
Oh, nice.
Bottling, right?
54.6, 700 milliliters, 2005. Wow. Aged 11 years, I think, right? Is it 11?
Yeah. Yep.
Nice.
11 years.
Wow.
54.7.
I
Very
bet
nice.
that's like if you compare that to like an Eldorado 15, do you like that better than something like that? Or
Oh
have
man,
you?
I got another one that's actually put out by oh shoot. It's in I gotta go buy another one. I think they had it on sale just so I have it. I mean, I get friends over that like rum and coke and this and that, and it's hard for me to pour that into a
Oh no, I would not pour
coke,
that
but
into Coke.
not this one, but the other one, and it's put out by damn it the hell. Oh, Cadenhead. It's a
Yeah.
Cadenhead, and it's I forget now which rum, not Caribbean, but not I'll have to look it up, buddy. I'll have to look at the bottle.
Question though, in comparison, like if you took that Duncan Taylor one that you just talked about versus like a comparable year, like a Eldorado 15 or whatever, is it a lot better than that, or is it comparable,
Oh
or
yeah,
not as
yeah, yeah.
good, or what do you think about that?
I think it is. I mean, you don't know it is until if you've been drinking nothing but Bacardi and then all of a sudden you get one of those rums, you're gonna go, I didn't know rum could be like this. It's the
Exactly.
same as tequilas. I mean, I got this tequila which is in a crappy bottle. I got two more up there because I found out they were going. It's called Milagro.
Oh yeah, Milagro. Yeah, that's a miracle in Spanish. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's anejo. This is the age. It's only 40 ABV, but I had this. I was working out of town down in the mountains. This here is, see how they got that tequila sticker on the back now?
Yeah.
Before, the bottle was like that. It was an agave plant inside the bottle. Anyway,
Interesting.
this stuff is finished in a wine barrel.
Oh
Right?
wow. Okay.
And you could just sit there and sip it. Like, most people think, oh yeah, just get that and shoot it. And you're like,
The funny thing is, I've heard of that bottle, but I've never seen it before. But I
yeah.
have heard of it, and I'm surprised that you were able to snag that, because that is very well sought after, I have to say.
What's this saying here? What's somebody saying they love me, but why? I feel like he might have said he hated me earlier.
Who's this?
Yeah, Mr. Texas there.
Uh-oh. Let me
This has been a
see.
good time even after Daniel joined in. Oh,
I missed something. Sorry.
he was having a good time, and then I joined in. I don't know what he said.
Oh, he's all right. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he's from Texas. He's from Texas. It's almost as bad as being from Louisville.
Louisville. We're gonna on the side. Daniel was asking me about this bourbon influenced batch that he's lucky to have the experience of already. I was able to find this today. It's a 9-year maturation of a weeded bourbon barrel whiskey, bourbon influenced batch, 50% ABV. I'm gonna go ahead and I went ahead and poured it earlier. I'm gonna go have a little nose and tell you what's going on with this. Maybe color looks, what you would expect for a non-colored whiskey. It's no chill filtration on any Kilhoman, which I love. This is 2012 to 2021 for the 9 years deal. Daniel also has this one. That's why he wanted to take a look at this one in depth.
Yeah, do your thing, buddy. This is the Kilhoman I have, just so you.
Sherry matured release. Oh man, look how dark that is.
But this is the first sherry release they ever did.
Oh, you're killing me, man. You don't happen to have two of those, do you?
Unfortunately, no, because I don't know. A lot of people,
I would like that one a lot.
Oh yeah, you would. Yeah, let's look it up on Whiskey Base. How much is they selling it for?
Even Daniel says it's Louisville, man. Get it right.
Louisville. Whoa, it's almost like I'm trying to swallow my tongue while I say it.
That's the way we work, man.
Louisville.
I like the peat on this. It's got some nice farmy organics going along with the peat smoke, which is you don't usually get that from Kilhoman, which I do like.
Maybe I should go get my my Bear Barley.
It's got some really nice Virginia ham notes with cherries.
Is that different than Louisville ham notes?
We don't have ham in Louisville, man. Whenever I eat ham, I eat Virginia ham.
Oh, what about Canadian bacon?
I like Canadian bacon, believe it or not.
Why is it called Canadian bacon?
Because you guys have your own form of the way you cook the ham, I guess. I don't know.
Back bacon. Up here, we just call it back bacon.
Isn't it ham or something?
What is bacon? Ham, bacon. They're all from the same animal.
Well, bacon is like...
Whiskey is like... It's like... Shit, man. Canadian cheese. I'm like, what the hell's Canadian cheese?
It's still damn good. You guys should be fucking happy that we love your Canadian bacon, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's back bacon. It's just not the strips.
And your syrup too, for God's sakes.
Oh man, I got some syrup because I got a friend that lives in Quebec.
Did you just say Quebec?
Yeah, Quebec. Quack. You know how you figure out where the French guy is from by getting him to say the word yes. Oui. Wah, oui, wah, wah. You'll figure it out. You're like, oh, he's not from that part of Quebec because the way he said Louisville, quack, oui, wah, wah.
The Quebecois are going to have a field day with you, dude.
Bacon in Texas is cured pork belly.
Do you know that the Quebecois are, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's back bacon, Daniel.
He does not know the Quebecois, man. Oh my gosh.
Quebecois, but see, I mean, I used to live in Nouveau Brunswick. Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
Nouveau Brunswick, we have the Acadien, and that French there is bastardized. You don't learn the French. It's a trina turd. You're like, what? But they are what the Acadian are. Acadien is related to Cajun.
You actually can do a really good fake French accent. That's so funny.
A French accent or a Cajun accent. Huh?
Oh my God. French and Cajun are like North and South Pole, man. There's no equivalent to that at all.
You know, now we're getting into it because this is where we start learning stuff when Welsh starts talking about the Spanish ham.
Oh man, and poutine. Oh, I love me some poutine, man. Oh, I kill.
You can't even say it right. Say it again.
Poutine, man.
Poutine.
Yeah, poutine. That's what I said. Poutine.
I'm going to get some whiskey.
Dude, I've actually been to Montreal for some proper poutine, and it was to die for. It was awesome. You can't tell me you can get proper poutine outside of Quebec. I'm thinking, right? Maybe so. We'll have to see when he comes back. I think he got abducted by some aliens in his Scotch terror drone he's got there. Anyway, back to this bottle and bond. Let me. Hopefully he'll return here in a little bit. Let's have a little sippy sip. It's a nice nose.
It's good.
Are you back?
You can get back to your actual show.
Are you back now?
Talking about whiskeys, I got to do. First of all, Daniel asked me when I'm going to start my own show. Do you want to explain to him that it already exists?
He does. Whiskey Throttle. Look up Whiskey Throttle on YouTube. He's had his own show for many years, and
but I haven't done anything in many years either.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay. I got to pour whiskey. We're talking here, so
what you got here? Ooh, Bear Barley 2008.
Well, I think they're doing Kilhoman, and I think Kilhoman used to own the farm that they get this from.
You are correct.
You're right. Now Brookladdy owns it.
You're right. That's true.
So we're on the right page.
Man, this barley is killer. I do like the way they do their.
It's almost empty, this bottle.
The peat, man. Ooh.
How does that happen? It's not like I actually empty bottles very often.
This has got an interesting nose, Daniel. I have to, the Daniel H. Have to commend you on this. This has definitely got an outside the box Kilhoman nose. I'm trying to think of what that note is. It's like a ham almost.
It's ham. How does whiskey taste like ham?
No, it smells like ham.
Oh, it smells like ham.
It's got like a hammy, bacony, briny.
Killing you. Paul, are you from where are you from, Paul?
The Quebecois, yeah, I think he's from Canada as well.
Well, maybe. You know what the insulting thing is? You meet somebody that's like, I'm from Canada too, and it's probably
please
somebody
be nice. Please be nice. I've been to Sault Ste. Marie, dude. Please don't be mean.
So keep going on about that whiskey because I can't even pronounce the names and I have a long way to go. Oh, you get the whiskey here. Here's a recommendation that helped me because I still have to remember, and he comes out every year, and this guy does good work that writes this book, right?
Malt Whiskey Yearbook 2020. Oh, who is that?
He doesn't really put his name on there, but
he must be better than Jim Murray then.
Well, yeah, because he just gives facts. He doesn't give opinion.
That's what we need is facts.
Yeah. And so, for example, he tells you how to say, even Glenn Farkless. Like, if you look there, he pronunciates it.
Good Farkless, yeah.
Right. Let's see how he says it.
Is that a Canadian book, or where do you get
No,
that
no,
book from?
You've never had this?
I don't have. I've had some
Ingvar Rond. This is the author. Are these reversed on your screen?
No, thankfully no. But that's Ingvar. Let me type this in. Don't move. Hold on one second.
Malt Whiskey Yearbook. If you type in Malt Whiskey Yearbook, you'll get it. Okay, but that's where you'll see how to pronounce things the right way.
Yearbook. I'm pretty good at my pronunciations, though.
But I'm talking about in general.
Yeah, no, you're right, because it is funny to hear some people. Oh well, it's only like $15 for a book too. That's pretty. That's a good. That's a good price.
It's not bad. I haven't bought a Jim Murray book. Well, I only bought one, and that was 2013.
I'm glad you told me this. I used to get Jim Murray's books because it was the only one that I knew that did like some comprehensive stuff on the outside. But this one, if he's got more facts than
well, this guy, that's all it is. How many liters? He gives you the history of who owned it, where it started, when it was closed, mothball, blah, 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 blah.
Perfect, then. That sounds good to me. And they're only 15 pounds. They're not like extraordinarily, it's not like a high-priced item either, which is
like
nice.
$30. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's a lot for a book. But anyway.
I'll definitely have to pick that up. I never tried one before.
So you're going to give a whiskey score to that?
He was agreeing with me. I haven't even got to the palate yet. I just did a nose and got some really nice like ham and cherries and some brininess going on. There's some age, but you could tell it's not like ultra old or anything, but there is a little bit of age going on. That's, the 9 years makes sense here with that. This is a weeded bourbon barrels, which is interesting because that tells me it's kind of, the only weeded bourbon that I can remember is Pappy. Is there a lot of weeded bourbon out there besides Pappy, the whole distillery that does that, or do you know?
What are you talking about?
I don't usually like weeded whiskey, weeded bourbon. That's why I was curious. Bernheim, okay.
Right, says it right on it. Weeded whiskey.
Is Bernheim American or Canadian or
American? Original Kentucky straight wheat whiskey.
So that would, if it's straight wheat, is that also classified as a bourbon, or does bourbon have to be corn?
Well, they don't say bourbon on here at all. So
I think bourbon has to be corn. I think that's the reason why you don't see
it. It has to be 51% corn. I thought you knew something.
I know Scotch. I know zero about bourbon, even though I'm from Kentucky and American whiskey.
That explains an awful lot.
He says it's either Weller or Pappy barrels, so that explains a whole lot.
The basic thing with bourbon is it's 51% corn, right? And then it can be any mixed bill after that. So it's the same if you're going to call it
Scotch.
If you're going to call it rye, it has to be 51% rye. Right, and then they'll call it rye. Our Canadian laws are much looser than that.
Bernheim uses Heaven Hill barrels, which is Heaven Hill's got some really good stuff too.
That's what I made my swish from. I had a Heaven Hill barrel.
A lot of them are. I like a lot of those Wood for Reserve and all that stuff. It's pretty decent.
Do you ever make cocktails?
I don't, but I like my single malt Scotch so much that's enough for me to stick with.
I got something here that it's the Highland Park single cast series.
Hold on.
Oh, okay. He's into his notes now. Hold on, I'm gonna shut up now.
No, I'm just having a taste. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
Serious.
50%. It's extraordinarily easy to drink for 50%. That's a lot less harsh than that fermentation, which is less than 50 I had. Wow.
And it's not, but it's also unchill filtered, right?
This is they're both unchill filtered, but this one
so the chill filtering will make a whiskey taste harsher. because the oils coat your mouth when you have the oils in there, and that helps smooth it out.
I
so
like
it's not
that
so
though.
harsh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I love the delivery on this. Wow, this is a lot easier of delivery than that fermentation too.
You
This has
should
nice
do a
spice.
show, Welsh Toro. You should.
It's got some nice spice to it. It's got some black pepper / cinnamon. It's got like a. It's got a nice finish too. Wow. Okay. I
There's
can see
tons
why
of
he liked it a lot. A couple of drops in creamy and super good. He said, "Okay, I'll take you up on that." It's good neat already, thankfully. But yeah, what's you looking at there, Daniel?
I was just looking at all the other bourbon bottles I got that they got to be weeded. I mean, straight bourbon. I forget the other ones. I'll have to do a little. Like Weller is a weeded. Weller actually says it's the original weeded.
This
The
must be a.
original weeded bourbon. So it's got to be 41%, right?
I suspect that this Kilhoman is using Weller other than Pappy, because I can tell you that I do like Weller's more than Pappy when it comes to the wheated whiskey, and this one I actually do like. So I have a feeling this is probably a Weller's barrel that's involved with this one. Even though they don't say, which I'm surprised they don't tell you. I guess that maybe they were told they can't say where they got it from, but let's see.
Why not?
I don't know why they wouldn't tell you, but let's see.
If it's from Heaven's Hill, like my Heaven's Hill barrel had a serial number on it and everything, I posted it on Instagram. But you're one of them nerds that don't know how to use Instagram. I made Swish. It didn't come out well because I had the barrel for like 2 years in my backyard. Right, I kept the barrel wet all the time, or a lot of the time. But I should have made Swish or attempted my Swish experiment right away. But anyway, on the barrel, it had all the number, but it doesn't tell you what was in it, because Heaven Hill makes a lot of different stuff. So it could have been, 18-year-old, who knows what, or it could have been some crap, right?
Yeah. There's nothing on here that just says weeded bourbon barrels. It doesn't tell you if it's Weller or Pappy, but I do suspect this is probably Weller because of the taste, me liking it versus not liking it, because I'm not a Pappy fan, but I am a Weller fan. Interesting.
I only see the Sour Mash limited bottles in my area, and I've never bought a single one.
Buffalo Trace. Yeah, I'm suspecting Weller here, guys, on this one. It's the cracked pepper is so nice on this. Excuse me.
Milkman's Kid, I used distilled water. I boiled the water and I dumped it into the barrel in our summertime, which was over 30 degrees for over a week. And I rolled it around in the backyard for, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks. But the Swish came out smelling phenomenal, but tasted like the melted ice cubes from your whiskey glass the night before. Very. I bought a hydrometer and it registered at about 10 parts ABV, 10% alcohol. Pardon me.
And I agree, Daniel, that this would be much more expensive if this was a Pappy influence. But I'm actually glad it's not Pappy influence and it's actually Weller, because I think the Weller actually has a better product, to be honest with you, than the Pappy stuff for some reason. I'm not sure if it's just subjective or what, but
the Pappy stuff is all story, man. It's all about the story. Like, people are buying it and they're going to buy it. Right? It's whatever.
I mean, I was lucky enough to have the 23, they have a 23, a 20, and an 18, I believe, back in the day at least. This is like going back 10 years ago. But I was lucky enough to get a 23 for somebody and an 18. And they were good, but I tried to sip it even with the cigar, the whole experience. And it just didn't do anything for me. I didn't enjoy it.
Here's the thing. If you're going to get a whiskey, maybe it's bottom shelf, something you never heard of, and you're going to have expectations of it, then it's going to, if you're going to have good expectations, you might be let down. If you're expecting it to be not so good, you might be surprised. I have stuff and I expected it to be bad, and I'm like, man, this is pretty good, right? So.
He nailed I think you nailed the tasting notes with this, Daniel. This definitely does have the honey, vanilla, lemon, pound cake, smoke, and cracked pepper. The cracked pepper is the most distinguishing note to me that makes it stand out the most whiskeys, because I usually don't get that really fresh cracked pepper like you're having a meal and someone comes by, it's like, do you want some pepper on you? And they crack it in front of you. That's how good this pepper is. It's actually pretty spot on.
I agree with your last comment, Daniel. I really don't. I mean, if I had a bottle of Pappy, sure, I'd hold on to it because I know some crazy person's going to pay for it. But I wouldn't care because I've tried the 23 and the 15, and I think, what else do they have? I tried 3 of them at a restaurant that has them here. And yeah, but they're still it's just bourbon.
Yeah.
The number one ingredient in whiskey is?
Number one ingredient in whiskey?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at final release, maybe it might be water.
Maybe you could. Is it the barley? Is it the wheat period or the grain? Is it the barrel?
Yeah, it's a good question. What's the most abundant?
The maturation period, however we want to combine ingredients, right?
Yeah.
Or is the number one ingredient the story?
That on some of these guys that charge astronomically high prices, yes. I think that the barrel spice is higher on some of these 9-year bottles, and this has got a nice spiciness to it. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's good.
Huh. I want to get it like he was telling me someone had like a 13-year thing. Bear barley.
Well, it's 2010, but Welsh was saying that he preferred it when it was produced in Orkney in 2010. So I don't know if I ever got another bear barley. Well, I have 2009. I might have one back there. I have to look. I got a buddy that's on my case to make an Excel spreadsheet.
What's the oldest Kilchoman that you were able to snag, Daniel, if you don't mind me asking?
That one. That's the only Kilchoman I've ever owned.
Oh, really?
The only one I've ever owned and not opened. And that's the.
Do you ever travel in the United States at all?
No.
Oh, okay.
You got some scary stuff down there, man.
Well, if you ever made it to Maryland, where I am, there is a place here that has really great selection of Kilchomans. Hence, I came home with 4 today. So if you're ever in Maryland, I could definitely tell you a place to get some really nice Kilchomans. If
I'm ever in Maryland, you don't have to tell me. You should just pick me up and take me.
I could do that too.
I'll tell you. I'll text you if you're ever in Maryland. I'm like, if I'm not in your basement drinking and doing a live, then we can hang up right now. Like, what kind of bullshit is that?
You're more than welcome anytime you want.
Now I'm more than welcome. I call you out. Now I'm welcome. Like, what the bloody hell?
You know what I mean, you bastard.
Daniel wants you to shoot him an email.
I will definitely send him an email because he's really into this 13-year. And that's why I asked you if you had any like older versions. I've been lucky enough I've accumulated a huge Kilchoman collection over the years. With these 4 today, I've had everything except the Sligo Bay and the Cool Point, which are old releases that are kind of off the wall, either travel retail or whatever. Those are on my radar, but also on my radar is a 10 or 11, 12, 13-year statement. What do you got there?
Single Cask Nation.
1 second. Let me pop you into the focus here. 1 second. Let me see if
13 years old. 13 years old. Since you were bringing up 13-year-old.
I'm seeing if I can get you in the deal there. There we go.
It's Craigellachie.
Oh, a 13-year Craigellachie Single Cask Nation. That's interesting.
So we can compare this to the regular 13-year-old. This is much more money, and it's 58.1% alcohol.
Hold on, 58%?
Hold on. Yes, that's what I said.
58, not 53, not 52 or 51, but 58.
0.1.
58.1. Wow. That is crazy. I wonder if it's do you have a 13 to put it up against? Do you have the regular 13 near you?
Oddly enough, I just bought a bottle, yeah.
I want you to
maybe hold your horses or sparkle farts. All right?
They're quite sparkly.
Maybe I'll try starting to do lives, and maybe I'll do reviews of Independence versus regular releases, or who knows? I got 1,000 ideas.
If you don't mind,
I might do a live where I just rant about the people in their chat, or maybe I'll review whiskey tubers that do whiskey.
I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about actually reviewing the reviewers when I first started this, and I thought, you know what? The only reason I didn't do it is because I thought I would not get honest feedback, or I would
imagine when I get in there and I start reviewing somebody like the Whiskey Dick, who personally I think is a nice young fella, you know, but do I like everything he has to say? No. Do I think he's a fragile millennial? Yes.
And us Gen Xers, man, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, and I'm not even a Gen Xer, man.
Are you a baby boomer?
No, I'm neither. My parents weren't even baby boomers. My dad was 94 when he passed away. My mom was 88. I was a mistake.
Oh, wow,
man. I'm the lost generation. I don't even know where I fit in. Right? They'll say, well, you were born now, so you'd be one of these. And I'm like, yeah, but those people that you call baby boomers were the children of people from this period of time, whereas I'm not. It's just a weird, you know.
I guarantee you that Gen Xers would appreciate you and welcome you into the fold. How about that?
I'm going to come in because of who I am and because you love me.
There you go.
Not because I know. The Whiskey Dick did Springbank 10 sucked. Stop listening. He said 10 sucked?
Yeah. Wow.
Anyway. Oh, which Whiskey Dick, though? You spelt it wrong. Because there's another guy in the chats calling himself Whiskey Dick now, but he's not.
It's not that Whiskey Dick. It's the Whiskey DIC dictionary. Whiskey dictionary is what we're talking about. Yeah. That's a whole other thing. It was funny because he got on me about looking at the camera, and the funny thing was I didn't even realize it at the time, but I'm autistic. I don't like the whole eye contact thing very much, and that's why I kind of don't look at the camera all the time. So
this is the thing. When you say the word autistic, majority of people think of Rain Man.
Not that. That's more.
You are in the spectrum. You have some form of autism. It's the
very little. Yeah.
I have ADHD, and I'm like, I got a buddy I ride motorbikes with. He's a registered nurse, and he gave me a form. I filled it out, and oh God, I have ADHD. I took it to my doctor, and she just hung her head. She's like, I hate these forms. I said, why? She says, because they're made by the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
And they, whatever. So she said, go see this psychologist, not a psychiatrist, psychologist. Psychologist basically said the same thing. Said everybody's got some form of ADHD. Even there are people, everybody could have a form of autism, a lot more than we would anticipate, because no one's going to look at you and say you got autism.
And a lot of people,
you get into a bigger thing. If you were talking about dyslexia, there's one guy I work with. He said it's not even real. Right?
There's lots of forms of dyslexia in
exactly.
itself. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
anyway. just not to get off crazy, but and that's the reason why I don't look at you guys like this the whole time. I'm an introvert. I rarely do well with more than two people in general, as it is anyway. So there you go.
You're an introvert, but I mean, here you are doing a live, and you got lots of people that like you and watch you, and
it's insane, man. I have no complaints, but
IP86 is dead on. Don't worry about how others do things. And I mean, it might have been genuine nice advice from him. Because I'm down here. When I see myself on the camera, you guys are looking on my forehead. So when I talk, I look at the camera. I'm not set up the right way. I mean, I got my camera on one of those bendable tripods sitting here. We already saw it fall over once, so.
You're fine though, man. I wouldn't change a thing. I think your setup is perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, but this is not the proper setup. I mean,
it looks good though. I mean, you got your whole behind you is filled with whiskey, and it's filled with great whiskey. You look perfect in lighting. The lighting is perfect. I wouldn't change the thing on any of that.
That's the time of day.
The audio is great too.
Light. It's all natural light.
The audio is great too. Honestly, I think you're set up for glory. I really do. You're a hell of a lot better than I am. I just throw shit up and turn it on and say whatever.
I don't know what that thing is in the corner there. Like looks like a towel rack or something. What's that in the bottom of your corner?
Do you really want to know?
No, I don't know. If it's a towel rack, I don't need to know.
It's not a towel rack, but it's something. and just to share with you guys,
You're a musician.
I'm a musician, and being autistic and highly functional, I am very much into some crazy stuff that I would only appreciate, and I'll tell you about it. But basically, this is a Korg synthesizer. It's a old school analog synth up there with a Roland XP30, which is a 90s workstation type of synthesizer. And this is my favorite. This is an actual Mellotron from the if you know what a mellotron is, it's like a really cool sampler where they have tape reels where you press a key and it plays a recording of an actual instrument like a violin or it could be anything, and it's a 70s technology, but it's still used today. I love all these instruments, but that's
What is it again?
A mellotron. Mellotron. They were used a lot by like Yes and Genesis, the Moody Blues, bands like that. That's what those are about. Right. That's a whole nother hobby.
Yeah, it looks better though, actually. And ask the guys in the comments, but I think it looks better without you drying your towels on the top of it.
No, the only reason I put those on there is to keep the dust off, man. It's when you're dealing. These guys will tell you. Welsh, I think, knows what I'm talking about, but
he does. He just said you rock.
Yeah, Indy is asking to have any drums. I have a TD17 KVX back here with a SPD30, if you know what that is. I'm a huge Roland electronic drums fan. I've been playing drums mostly more than synthesizers and stuff lately. So music and scotch and technology is what I'm really good at. Everything else I suck at. So there you go.
There you go. So Daniel H says that he had a delivery guy that was autistic, and now he's grown so much, man. So it's the same as anything. I have disabilities, I'm sure, of some sort, and so you learn over the years how you learn. Now I've been given positions of authority or positions of responsibility, is a better word, and never taught how to do something like write a report. Yeah. Well, then I figured it out. Now I go to places and I get compliments on my reports from guys that are educated engineers. And you know what my report is? Mostly a paragraph here or there mixed in with a bunch of pictures, because I'm reporting to them what's out in the physical world of their site. And I can write everything. And then I got to figure out the language they want to use. So I just figured out my own way, and I do things my own way.
That's exactly that's really the autistic way I've noticed over the years, is that we might not have the training or the resources to do what a lot of these guys can do, but if we're given any doorway to get inside to learn about something, we not just do well, but we actually dominate when it comes to how we can take information and put it together and make it make sense. It's weird.
But you know what? In some other part of the world, anywhere in the world, you might not describe yourself as autistic. It may be that you aren't autistic, but they didn't have any better word to describe it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's the same as when my mom had strokes, but they called it something else because it wasn't a full blown stroke. It was because there's general words that describe something, and then there's the words that break everything down more. Same as whiskey. Like we just say whiskey. I like whiskey, and people are like, okay, I don't like whiskey. I only drink scotch. Like,
wow.
I don't drink champagne. I only like sparkling wine. I'm like, what? Anyway, we see it. I mean, and we got to be careful because sometimes we do it ourselves, right? Ingot, maybe there are fake subs, or what I have to say for people that have 50,000 or more subscribers, they also know how to use the algorithms, because there are ways that both Telex or I or anyone else can grow your subs.
Oh yeah,
and you need to do those. Oh, and they do. This is what Welsh Toro was saying, is he's been asked to do a show, and he probably do real good at it. The thing is that there's plenty of talking heads.
That's the thing. It's like I could have done one of the. There are things out there, guys, where we could like pay for a service to get us subs and all that craziness. And I actually thought about it for a split second.
But they're fake subs.
And I thought, yeah, it's like, do I want to come off as a true 500, 600 subscriber guy, or do I want to look fake and have 50,000 subscribers? It's
So there's a guy out there that we know that has 50,000 subscribers. There's other guys that started after him that have more. and that's and they're strictly in the bourbon world, whereas the other person's not. But there's other people that have only 20,000, give or take. Yet I guarantee dollars to donuts if we're talking about making money and profitability and fan base, they're bigger.
Oh yeah.
Even though they only have 20,000, one of their videos will get 5 times more views than the person with 50,000 or 100,000.
Yeah, and that's
Right?
that's the reason why, because some people will pay for bots and
Yeah.
traffic and all that stuff, and I'm
Or
like,
they had one hit, something that caught people's. So I'll say it because I'll say it to his face because he lives here in Canada. Is
oh, Food Quick, yeah,
Food Quick got huge and big because people were laughing at. He did a review of Lefroy while his girlfriend was breaking up behind him. But guess what? She didn't actually move out. That he's the one that moved out. He told me
oh no,
that night I went to work driving taxi and he saw a sign and he phoned that number and they had a place and he moved to it. He moved in
wow,
there and guess what? That's where he's been doing his lives and all his stuff because he was doing videos before he did whiskey. That's where the name Food Quig came from. If you ever look up.
exactly, yeah,
Anyway, I mean, that's the thing with the internet and especially social media stuff is it is a full, it's just a barrel of monkeys. You shake it up, you don't know what's going to come out, right?
it's true. You don't know what you're gonna get, and that's why I thought I want to stay legit. I don't want to go crazy when it comes to you know, the whole trying to get in and play the game and the whole back and forth. I just wanted real people that liked whiskey like I do, that like to get into the really deep weeds of it, liked all the nuances, and that's why I knew Whiskey Throttle was the real deal because he doesn't get off on all the typical McKellen, Balvenie, run of the mill stuff. He loves Brooklady, and Brooklady is one of those things. Unless you know what you're doing, you're not even gonna know what the fucking distillery is. You know what I mean?
Not anymore. Now everyone thinks they know something because they came, which was a very good movie, The Water for Life. I got to make a comment here. No, I am not referring to anybody. I am not referring to ADHD at all. By the way, I think maybe I've only seen ADHD in the comments. I don't think I've ever watched any one of his shows. And I understand how Welsh Toro feels here. He says, I can hardly believe people see me as an adult personality. The space belonged to my father. I now know he was a bit of a boy in adult skin too, and he was a British minister. So
That's wild, man.
when you
That's
say
wild.
British minister, you mean like he was in politics? Just leave that out there.
It is. It is. It is definitely. There is a. Yeah. There's. It's unfortunately like almost like a trend, and it's kind of sad because I'll be honest with you. What happened? The reason why I knew it was legit for me and my own story was I knew that I was kind of outside the box growing up, just the way I interacted with people, but I did not know the intensity of it until I talked to my mom recently, and I'm 46, so this is not when I was 20 or even 10. This is like 46, and she told me, you did some things that were kind of outside the box, where you demanded to eat bologna sandwiches and applesauce for 2 years straight and didn't want to deviate from that and things like that. I can understand that's kind of wacky to some people, but with us, we like routines. We like certain things to be a certain way. We don't like to be outside the box. We don't like surprises. We don't like lots of people in our face. There's lots of things to it, but it's there is a difference though between the trend of it and people that really have issues dealing with people, and I
Sure,
will
but there's people
definitely guarantee you that I'm one of those, sadly.
sure. And I've never had anyone ever think I was autistic, but I sure as hell have been told that I have a hard time getting along with people.
Yeah, and I'm the same. Yeah, it's weird. It's like we think of things where we're more like, we think of things as like a machine, where we think of things like there's a beginning, there's where it is, where we want it to be, and we will do what it takes to get where it is to where it needs to be. And if people are in the way, we don't think of people as being a big, you know,
obstacle, we will work our way around it and make it happen no matter what it takes to get it to work. Does that make sense to you, Daniel? Is that
Sure.
kind of ringing a bell? Or
Yeah, but that's anybody can if they have the right mindset to make things work, right?
we're process centric is what I'm getting at. We're very
Yeah,
process centric. Yeah.
yeah. Well, so am I, because this, like, if you saw, I got whiskey on the floor, whiskey in the hallways right now. I got bottles everywhere, and some of it's because I ran out of space, but some of it's because there's no way I could process everything I was doing at work and come home, and it was just easier for me to flip on Netflix and turn into a vegetable, right?
And whenever you get into something really deeply. You don't like kind of half-ass it. You don't like kind of tap into it. You really get into it, correct?
Yeah, yeah,
That's the way we are, man.
yeah. And I mean, so it's a level of whatever. Some might say it's ADHD. Some might say it's autism. I think everything kind of they're all kind of synergistic. But let's get back to whiskey.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Going for ages on that.
IC86, I have subscribers. I don't know who they are either. I think I'm less than Telex now. I think 350. I think the last. Every once in a blue moon, I still get subscribers, even though I probably need to delete half the videos. The last one I think I did was a interview with George S. Grant, right, from Glenfarclas.
Oh, nice. How did that go?
In a bar in a pub where he bought me a beer. And I have friends, the Whiskey Heathens. They have a YouTube channel, but they're also Instagram guys. Josh knows whiskey.
This is a person from that works in the Glenfarclas distillery.
George S. Grant, like the 6th generation grandson.
Oh wow! Like he's the guy for Glenfarclas then.
Yeah, his family owns it.
Jesus, man. Okay, well that's a whole different thing. I was trying to gauge my brain around what you were talking about.
Have you ever heard of Lismore single malt?
It sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah, there's 18-year-old. I got a 21-year-old sitting here that's also owned by him, but he doesn't tell anybody that.
Damn. Okay, I got you. Lismore and Glenfarclas.
But who does cocktails?
Not with good whiskey, man.
Yeah.
I feel ashamed to even think about it.
Who has heard of Howlerhead?
I've never heard of it. I like the bottle. I like the monkey face.
Yeah, well, what it is Kentucky straight bourbon with natural banana flavor.
That's interesting. I would try it.
Well, it could be a cocktail or it could be a shooter. And then there is this other whiskey here. If I'm trying to find out where it's a product of. Maryland, California. So it's out of the U.S., I guess. And it's called Screwball.
Oh, funny.
Screwball.
I like that name, too.
Screwball is peanut butter whiskey.
Oh, okay.
If I take the two of them and put them together,
banana split, baby.
I get an Elvis Presley.
Oh, okay. I call it banana split, but either way.
You could, but there's no ice cream, yes?
Well, there might be some creme involved with it.
My channel is Whiskey Throttle. Now, you got to type whiskey the right way, and I was told that too. It's awful hard to find because I ride motorbikes. Is your when you lose control of your bike and you'll squeeze onto the handle, which one of them is your throttle. You're like, and you're all over the place. But yeah, you got to learn that this should just relax, and then the bike will slow down, and this should just pull your clutch in. But that's where because it was my Instagram name. I had to come up with something, and I thought, well, I like whiskey and I like motorcycles. So
not to get off too much of a tangent, but are you a Harley Davidson fan at all?
What?
Not to get off too much of a tangent. Are you a Harley Davidson fan at all?
I never heard of her.
You've heard of Harley Davidson before. Come on, man.
What? I think that's the motorcycle company that hired a vice president from Kellogg's cereal.
Probably.
No, I don't. I have almost all sport bikes.
Score bikes?
Sport bikes.
Sport bike. When you say sport, are you talking like Kawasaki Honda, or what's your favorite manufacturer?
I own a Honda, but it is called a Honda Hornet. I own a.
Those are cool.
I own two Austrian motorcycles, KTM's. One is an RC8 and one is a Super Duke.
Dang.
right? The RC8 they don't make anymore, and the Super Duke I have is a 2008. They make a way more powerful one now. Right?
Hans Trugenpoltz. Yeah.
Welsh Toro, thank you very much. I will for sure check that out. Oh, there goes something I gotta fix here for 1 second. Thank you. And I can't click on that. It won't show me anything, but I can maybe copy it.
That's cool. I was just curious about what bike type of manufacturers you liked with that, because I never really got into the riding thing, but it's something I thought about on the side. But that's cool though.
I had to buy go get my charger. My computer just said low battery, and I don't know how fast low battery means. So, Harley's kind of come a long way, and I like to joke about them. That's about all.
Yeah, and that's okay. I was just curious because they're close by me, but I don't know a lot about the bikes other than I know Harley Davidson does really well. Triumph had some bikes in the day. You have KTM, like you talked about. You got Honda, Kawasaki. There's lots of different guys. I was just curious what you thought about some of them. But
Daniel H wants to know what your final feelings are on that Kilholman.
Yeah, I was gonna go into that, and it's definitely better than I thought it was gonna be, because I do like that. The best thing about this to me is that cracked pepper. I mean, fresh cracked pepper, cracker break that you get from that. It's really well done. I do like the ABV a lot. I like the roundness. I like the heavy mouth coat. I'm gonna pour me another little bit of make it another pour here to give a more of a real time feel.
What year? How old is it?
It's a 9-year. It's a Kilholman, so it's a new distillery. They haven't been around for very, very long. They're just getting to their 10 to 13-year releases. This is the 9. This is a bourbon influenced batch that's matured and bottled in Kilholman with weeded bourbon barrels, 9 years. And this is Weller. I have a distinct feeling this is Weller and not Pappy Van Winkle.
Sorry, I'm gonna fill this real quick. That's what my channel will look like if you find it, guys.
And definitely check out Whiskey Throttle. He's got really good whiskey all over the place.
Well, they keep asking in there, but I mean, I haven't been there for a while. The last time probably was months ago. Anyway, sorry, buddy. Keep going on about that.
That's okay.
It's Whiskey Throttle, one word, by the way. That'll help you find it. Sorry about that. So it is not the best whiskey you've ever had.
No, but it's not. It's definitely not nearly as being what I would consider a mediocre run of the mill whiskey either. It's not a 3-star. It's definitely above that. It's no, I'm not going to put it near a 5, but I would give it a good 4. I think it's a good 4 out of 5. It's funny because a lot of these guys really gravitate towards these bourbon cask straight up whiskeys that are have lots of maturation, and for me, I need some sort of other cask influence. I need a little sherry or a little bit of something else to go along with it, port or whatever. But this is not bad, and I do love that cracked pepper freshness that you get from that Terry. It's got this white peppery. It's got a nice roundness to it. 50% ABV. I don't need water. I should put a little water on it and see what it does. Go ahead, man. What you looking at there, Daniel?
I'm trying to reply to some of the guys.
Oh, okay. I'm getting my pipe out here just to put a couple drops, not much.
Well, Sorrel, I am absolutely willing to do that. I'm in a big process of reorganizing some things here and so forth, so that I can actually sit down here and have a proper studio. But nice. I would love to do that thing actually with guys, like Welsh Toro and other people where we're actually, because I think you've been live on other things. What was it? Aquavite way back, or I know Welsh has been on something before.
And if
I
you're,
gotta ask you,
I would definitely join you in a heartbeat, man. If you ever have a live that you want a guest on, I would definitely join
you
it.
know I'll do that. You and everybody will break it up maybe, and make it more specific, so that we stay in control. Not like when you and us we talked about everything from autism to zebras today.
That's
Um,
okay though. It's okay.
that's the whole thing. That's what you're doing it for, right? I mean, if you leave these
Yeah.
up, that's fine. If you don't, I got lots I don't need to leave up. I should delete them, especially ones where I had Malta to Montreal live with me.
I don't delete anything, surprisingly, mostly. I think I've only deleted like one episode, and that was because it didn't record correctly. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing this because it's nice to kind of look back and see where I came from, what I started out doing. It was a train wreck, to be honest with you. When I first put the headset on and had 3 bottles back here and just went
What
for it.
what works well too that we can do is do like Instagram live. So Instagram's easier. You just sit back. You have your cell phone. You're not, and Daniel knows that too, right? I think he's done several of them, and I pop in once in a while. I think they stored the box near where they peated the barley in my Ardbeg. Well, it could be. I wonder how much of that is what you're thinking. I don't know. I'd have to smell it. Which box is it? The Corvecchian? I doubt my Corvecchian. Where the hell are my Ardbegs?
I had a question for you, Daniel. Do you remember what year Kilhoman lost the Bear Barley to Brooklady? Do you remember what year that happened by chance? The reason I ask is this barley in here is to die for. I really like this BIB, this bourbon influenced batch, but I wonder if it's 9 years ago, if 9 years was the cutoff where they were getting the barley from somewhere else. But this is probably a Weller batch. I shouldn't even say that. It's a Weller
So
batch.
here's what it says about the Kilhoman history. 2002 plans were formed for a new distillery at Rockside Farms on Western Isle. 2002. So Rockside Farms. Production starts in June of 2005. 06, a fire breaks out in the kiln because a few weeks production stopped by making malt. But making malting what? A fire breaks out in the kiln, causing a few weeks production stop, but malting has to cease for the rest of the year. The distillery is expanded with 2 new washbacks in 07 and 09. The first single malt, 3 new releases, an introduction to the U.S. market in 2010. Kilhoman 100% Islay is released in 04. It doesn't say anything here about when they.
It's okay.
I mean, it does say though that 2002, a new distillery at Rockside Farm.
That might have been what it was then. That makes sense. 20 years ago, maybe. This is definitely Weller. I was going back and forth with the coming back to this dram, and I really do think it's Weller, because if this was the Pappy, the other distillery, if it was that doing this wheat, I wouldn't have liked it. This wheat is actually pretty good, and this actually makes me feel like trying to find a Weller wheated whiskey. That's how good this actually is. So go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, I'm listening. I'm just gonna type in my actual email address of that whiskey.
Yeah, feel free to share in the comments, guys. If it doesn't work, just do a write out dot and com, and it should let you do it either way. If it doesn't let you do it the right way. The other thing, as far as samples are concerned, are the peated Glenturret bottles that I have for you. Oh wow, have you and I have talked about SMWS, but that was right before your break. We can still do that. Yeah, I still have that bottle. I haven't finished it yet. I have a Glenturret SMWS bottle I've been kind of having fun with over the years. So yeah, I definitely be able to take it. Have you ever smelled smoke on or in a box of Ardbeg? A box.
A new box unopened.
I will try that the next time. I already opened up the box of Ugadals that I just got today, so I can't, comment on that. But smoke inside the box would be kind of weird, but I guess it's possible.
Anything's possible.
You never know.
I'm going to show you something. Do you like Edwardor?
Oh, dude, hold on. Hold on there. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh! Now we get to see him stand, and he's not wearing his Louisville Made in China T-shirt.
What'd you say?
So you're not wearing your Louisville Made in China T-shirt.
No, but does this tell you if I like Edgedour or not?
Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know. Does this tell you anything?
20. What is that bottom number? 2010, 48%. SMW. Oh wow. Okay, signatory.
No. This is signatory.
Yeah, signatory release.
Yeah.
What?
Are you ready? Are you ready for something? It says natural color. They've got a second release out, but it's not as dark as this. Are you ready? Because remember, I'm in broad daylight here.
Yeah. Oh God, dude, that's crazy dark. That's like grape juice dark.
Yeah. Model number 16, CAS 402.
Oh, but that's a die for, man. Oh, look at that.
Okay.
I love Edgedour. It's one of my favorite. I mean, I feel bad for even telling people about it because it's such an unheard thing.
Well,
that
I'm amazed about that. I'm amazed by that because it's not peated.
It doesn't. I am a fan of both peated whiskeys and sherried whiskeys, and my favorites are both sherried and peated. I don't like just peated whiskey, but I do like just sherried whiskey, if that makes sense to you.
Right. Here's one I forgot I had sitting in the back of this thing waiting to be.
Oh, Balakan, 8 years. Oh man, 40. Yeah, that's a glorious bottle. I have a number 8 Oloroso maturation back there. I'll absolutely adore. Oh yeah, you're gonna love that, dude. You got to open that up and enjoy that one.
Maybe.
I think you will. The Caledonian 12 is also a dram that I have to highly recommend. It's so good. It is. Let's pour some Edgedour single cask. I have a few Oloroso single casks. Let's pour that, Telex. Okay, yeah. I don't have any single casks right at the second, but I do. I'm picking up 3 from my buddy at Petite Cellars here next month. Let me pull up what he said he's got. Go ahead, Daniel, with whatever you wanted to talk about while I look at this.
I was going to cover 2 things. With the milkman's kid is this bag smells like moldy leather. It's got leather strings and it smells quite musty, moldy. It is single cast release.
Hold on, let me pop you. Oops, hold on, let me get you back. Hold on, let me put you in the solo. There we go. Put that back up there, man. I want to see it. Wild Rose single cast series 2007 to 2019, 3230, a 12-year. Wow, dude, that's crazy.
It's like a 12-year-old cast strength, $200 Canadian.
Here's something. Oh, go ahead.
Just showing you the color.
Let me get it back in here solo. Here we go.
So they have a whole bunch of these single casks nations and different names. Some of them are U.S., some of them are different provinces, different whatever. And so this one's called Wild Rose because that is what Alberta's flower for the provinces is Wild Rose.
Oh, it's beautiful, man. It's so dark. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just my buddy Tom Bender, who works at a Petite Cellars, gave me a heads up that he's got 3, not 1 or 2, but 3 Edgedour single cask coming, and one of them is a Super Tuscan, one is a Sauternes, and one is a Red Burgundy. He asked me if I wanted any of them, and I was like, "Well, how much are they?" He said, $160 each. I want all 3. That's how fast those went. Super Tuscan, a Sauternes, and a Red Burgundy. I'm sold.
Well, I agree with you, Welsh, that it isn't hard to make dark whiskeys, and especially this one here. It does not anywhere say that it's unchill filtered, but it does on the Edgedour is unchill filtered. And yes, they could have thrown it into a sherry barrel that who knows had sherry in it still for all we know.
Put it up there. Did you have something to show there?
No, he's just commenting because I think we threw out several we threw up things saying, "Look how dark this is," right? So this does not say
Yeah.
anything about unchill filtered on the box or bag or anything that it came in, right?
Oh wow, dude! I just can't get over how dark that is for
I
a.
know, but that's the point he's making. We cannot. He's absolutely right. We can't judge it on the darkness. This one here is Signatories, the unchilled collection. Due to no chill filtration, the whiskey may turn cloudy. Blah blah blah. Right, natural color. This is also. I don't know if they're saying that this is cast strength because it's only a 2010. But I mean, it's dark, you know.
Oh wow, dude! Yeah, that's super dark.
You know,
That's crazy. 10
but
years too. It's nuts. But and those guys, I, mean, I will say this to Walsh: those guys do not cheat. Those whatever Edgewood Hour is putting out is not any
no, they don't.
McKellen. It's not any McKellen bullshit. It's actually real. I can say that for a fact.
What did they call it in Quebec? Fat what?
Uh oh.
What the Louis single cast foot in your mouth? I don't know what that means. Oh, I hope you're not from Quebec originally. Foot in your mouth.
Be careful, man. Come on, man. I like the French and the Quebecians. Let's be nice.
French. Oh, he separated it, the French and the Quebecians. Uh-oh.
Well, they are separate to me, so you know how it goes.
Welsh, there is no need to apologize, man. Rants are the best part. The whole great thing is I don't have to agree with Telex to like them or to get along with them, right? I mean, some of the things he talks about is right out to lunch. But guess what? It doesn't matter. That's what
right.
he wants. Unless it affects me in the way I proceed daily in my life, then, oh man, more snow and giant snowflakes.
Dan and Love, I've always have a mutual understanding of we might not always agree, but we appreciate each other, and that's what it's all about, man.
That's good. And Paul, you're from Quebec. I don't know if you knew Swami Suave and all that stuff. I mean, we just bust each other's balls. I don't care. I meet guys from all over Canada because of where I live and work, and I bug lots of them. They'll be like, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Well, I'm from Canada." They're like, "Well, I'm from Canada too." I said, "No, you're not. You're wearing a Republic of Newfoundland t-shirt. You might as well move back with Quebec." Just to get them riled, not to get right.
I want to go to. Do you know where Alert is by chance? Alert. Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Alert.
okay.
On my cell phone, I do. And you want to go somewhere that's got massive amounts of history? Go to freaking Quebec, right? Quebec City is phenomenal. I was in Quebec in 2018, or no, not 2018. I was in Scotland. 20. Was it before or after? Anyway, I picked up Julia and in Ottawa, and then I said, "Do you know where you are?" Because they're just heading straight to somewhere else. And then I turn around, I drive the car, and I'm like, "Look, there you are." And they're looking right down to where all the truckers were parked there just a few weeks ago. They're like, "Oh, we're here." And then 10 minutes later, I said, "Now where are we?" And they're like, "I don't know." I said, "Well, you're in Quebec." And we went to Quebec for breakfast, and we went because it's right beside each other. And anyway, I'm rambling. Go on.
No, that's okay. The milkman's kid hasn't nailed. Alert Nunavut territory is the northernmost city in Canada, and I've actually have a contact from there at Ham Radio. I'm a huge Ham Radio fan, and I talk to people all over Canada, and that's like my goal someday is to go to Alert Canada and actually operate my radio from there, but it's going to be quite a trip.
I wouldn't suggest taking it on a bus.
No, it's an island. You cannot take a bus there.
Spanish meal at 2,200. The missus is mad at me. All the best folks. I got to meet the missus one day. And because she's Spanish, I think she probably at the least takes her slipper off and smacks Welsh. All right, buddy.
As she should.
I'm glad we got the talk, even if it's on Telex's show.
Hey, be nice, man. But yeah, look up Alert in Nunavut territory. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's up there near like the top of Greenland kind of area. It's up there, man. I would love to go up there and do a radio Scotch tasting, whatever you guys want to do. If you can meet me in Alert in Nunavut, I would go.
I don't know if I'd meet you that far up because that's a trip and a half.
I'm
What
gonna
is
make it happen with some of you guys. Someday, it might be 10 years from now, we're gonna be in Alert Nunavut doing a whiskey Scotch tasting / radio extravaganza. It's gonna be fun.
That would actually be wicked if we could get everyone. I don't care who it is, how big they are, how small they are, all in one place in the middle of nowhere. Now, you know where I think that would be the best, though? Not the best, because it would really be unfair and easy to the guys that live in Scotland, but to go to the Faroe Islands.
Nice, yeah, the Faroe Islands, yeah.
Right?
That's actually owned by is it Denmark or something?
It's not owned by them, but they are still connected, but somehow they're separate they're their own sovereignty now.
Yeah, Faroe Islands we call it a DX entity where we try to contact people from the Faroe Islands. So that would be a fun one to do too, man.
Well, you know what, buddy? I can get you hooked up with Cruisarian. If you, I'll send you his stuff on Instagram.
That'd be cool.
He probably owns more SNWS bottles than I do.
Wow, and this is a Faroe Islander.
And he lives in the Faroe Islands.
That's
Faroe
crazy,
Islands,
man.
His name is Rooney Nielsen. And he's a pretty smart guy. I had him live on a couple shows, and
I got to meet this guy, man. That'd be perfect. Yeah. Do radio and Scotch in the same area.
Well, I don't know if he does radio stuff, but
he doesn't have to. I would be happy just to activate a park in the Faroe Islands, which I can find easily. If you guys don't know, I also run an international nonprofit called it's called parksontheair.com. It's PARKS ontheair.com, and we go out internationally all over the world to parks, national and state parks, and we test our emergency connectivity, our communications abilities, and it's been going really well. We got 20,000 plus people having fun with it, so definitely take a look if you're into radio at all. It's kind of fun to do.
I will try to remember that, my friend.
You are actually going to Alert. Well, I don't know, man. That's one of my dreams. If I had my bucket list is to do an activation from Alert Canada at some point. That would be something that I want to do. Damn, this 11-year-old Edgedour single cask is a sherry and caramel bomb dropping the base big. Wow. I can imagine that would be ideal. Do not try to walk Telex, even though I have docus on people trying to work. Okay, man. I'm not going to be walking the Alert, that's for sure. Faroe Islands. No, it's Faroe. Faroe. Faroe Islands.
Sounds like Faroe, Egypt, but it's spelled different.
Oh, hold on. Let me pop you out here 1 second. Solo. Here we go. Oh, come back. Come back.
Calm your jets.
Come back.
Come back. I'm coming back.
I just want to see what you had there because I couldn't really see. Oh, a Super Tuscan Cast Mature. That's probably the one I'm going to get my hands on. It sounds like.
I doubt you'll get your hands on this one, but if you do, buddy, do it.
It is. He told me he's got 3 waiting for me that are single cast. One's a Super Tuscan. One is a. Hold on. Ooh, Edgedour, the Flary Flag, single, age 15 years. Wow, you don't see that very often. That must be like a one-off, right?
Yep, I would say so, buddy.
This one's going to be Super Tuscan, a Sauternes, and a Red Burgundy. He's got 3 of the single casks for me that are 10 years that are going to be Super Tuscan, a Sauternes, and a Red Burgundy that I'm going to try to get my hands on.
All right, do you get the SFTC?
It sounds familiar. Hold on, let me look and see. SFTC.
They're 500 milliliter bottles.
Oh, wow. No, I've not seen that. Hold on. Wow, dude. Jeez. 11-year Madeira cask. Wow. How do you get this stuff, man?
I live in Alberta.
Evil. In a good way. I don't see how you do it, man. I've got to like find a way to get some of this stuff. SFTC. What does SFTC stand for anyway?
Jeez, man.
You gotta look it up. You brought it out of the box. Now you gotta look it up for me. Come on, man. I'm gonna look it up right now. Edgedour.
You got a computer in front of you. I'm standing there
I'm trying, man. Edgedour. SFTC. That is the. What is that? Give me a second. I'll find it. I'm sure it's in here
The
somewhere.
wood has shrunk on the box, though.
I'm at the edge of our shop just trying to find it. Oh, matured in the Highlands, batch number 1. What is that? You're so fast, man. Let me read that shit.
Oh, you're so slow.
Well, there's a lot of stuff on there I have to read. Okay, 2006 bottled in 2014 April, natural color, unfiltered, and that's a 46% Barolo cask. Nice. Damn, I didn't know they did a Barolo cask over there. I'm still trying to find out what this SFTC shit is.
I can't remember, man.
Does anyone know what the SFTC is? Let us know. I'm curious.
I got 2 questions. How many SMW do you know? I don't know. I have too many to tell you, but I don't know. Let's say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's got more than 20.
12 times 4.
Oh, that even better. 48. So there you go.
Times 3.
48 times 3 is how many bottles you got of those guys? My God, dude.
That's an average.
Oh, they should be paying you. They should be paying you,
Yeah,
my
I told them that. They've actually, because I got a little upset. I almost quit there. I ended up with 24 bottles in my first year. I called that worthy the $100 entry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very well done. I have a few, but
I'm a big fan of, like, I became a Glenn Farkless fan because of the SMWS. Like, this is a 27-year-old Glenn Farkless.
Daniel wants you to pour a dram, man. You got to drink something with us. Come on, man.
I did it.
Oh, what are you drinking then?
It was the bear. Somebody asked me another question here.
What's the funky multicolor box behind you?
Right behind me.
I see it. It's to your right. Turn around the other way.
This is my right. This is my left.
Go to your left.
Yeah.
Right there where you're. Okay, go over to the right a little bit more. Left a little bit more, sorry. A little bit more, and then up. Up. What is down? Down. Up, over, the other way. No. To the left. The other. You're right. Then sorry. Right. Keep going.
These aren't bottles.
Right there. Right. Oh, back a little bit. What's that right there? What is that?
Is that what he's asking about?
I have a feeling I might be wrong, but I think that's what he's asking about.
Sounds like Daniel's bullshitting to one poured dram, lava. I'm not bullshitting. Straight from the cask. Oh, that's what it means, Telex. Yes. I should have known that.
Okay.
I should. You know why? Here, Telex, that's how dumb I am. Here's the box I didn't show you.
Hold on. Let me put you back in solo here.
Oh my God, it's gonna fall out. But that's
what is it? Don't let anything fall out, for God's sake. Straight from the cask. Oh man, look at that wood. That wood is to die for. I want one of those little. Oh, look how dark that shit is. You're evil, dude. That's not allowed anymore.
It's only 10 years old.
How can something be so dark?
Well,
10 years.
Welsh Toro was telling you that, right?
But still, my God, goodness gracious! I would much rather have that than a Macallan 12 for like $300.
Okay, malt color stuff are some coasters, Glenn Farkless and Shelter Point whiskey.
Ooh, I want those. I want a Glenn Farkless cover, man.
It's not a cover; it's a coaster.
I mean, coaster. Sorry.
This is what you thought is multicolored. It is Scotch. And the Dram Fine podcast are two girls up here that do a whiskey podcast. They work at a place called the Boffy, which is a restaurant.
Is that the one you're talking about, Milkman's, or was it a different one? I want to make sure he's got the right one that he wanted.
Well, that's what it was, the Milkman.
I thought that's the one he was talking about. He might be. Oh yeah, he said yes.
Just a bunch of pens and stuff in the Scotch Test Dummies coaster, and their Make Pete Great Again sticker.
That's cool. I like that.
This is just my whiskey glasses here.
Ah, that's cool.
There's a multicolor, like there's this purple. It's not multicolor. It's 11-year-old Gordon MacPhail Glenrothes.
Ooh, I bet that's pretty good. Have you opened it up yet?
No, I just got it.
Oh, I bet you have to let us know how you think about that one. I'm sure.
I love Glenrothes.
They do have some good stuff, that's for sure.
I have a shitload of Glenrothes. And in Texas, what is a shitload?
A shitload.
Here's another multicolored one.
I should say a major shitload. Ooh, 15 Benriach, dark rum, wood finish. Damn, dude. I bet that's pretty good.
Very light in color.
I'm surprised, but yeah, but that's still pretty tasty. Benriach does okay with some of their stuff. It depends on like how it was done. If it was pre Rachel Berry or not, maybe.
those are old bottles.
They're definitely pre Rachel Berry. Then, thank God.
Oh yeah. She's all right. Why are you such a hater?
I'm not a hater, but I don't know, man. The whole Bowmore / Glendronach feeling is just kind of got me down, man. I'm telling you.
I do have. Josh gave me a sample bottle of that Lechega that I brought to him. Paul was watching me on. I went up to where Josh lives, which is Josh at the Whiskey Heathens on YouTube, or Josh Knows Whiskey on Instagram. Here's anyway, I had gotten a hand-filled bottle from Lecheg, Tobermory Distillery when I was there. Oh, I'm on camera again.
Is that bad?
No. So this is the Whiskey Works, whiskey maker and bottler.
I just can't get over your collection, man. It's just killing me.
29. You'd have no liver left if you lived here because you'd open everything.
I find a way. I'd find a way, my friend. I would make it work.
Jason Coates, well, he may not be able to tell the difference, but that's them.
Oh, yeah, this guy, yeah.
It's hard to point without a pointer, that's for sure. Michael Beasley, back from the vet, and you're still going. Yeah, he's going.
Yeah, we're still having some fun.
I haven't opened this yet, but this is Whiskey Works Glaswegian single grain Scotch whiskey, 29-year-old, and I'm actually having a hard time finding where it's from. Like, was the Glaswegian?
Glaswegian Whiskey Works 29. Okay, interesting. Single grain whiskey. Huh. I like the look of it. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's why I got it. Well, that's not why I got it. I wanted something different. It comes in a funky box.
I like that. Huh.
Right. Classic whiskey from a now silent grain distillery, which once stood at the heart of the Scotland waterways. The whiskey has been matured in American white oak barrels, primarily held in traditional dunnage warehouses.
I'm going to open up one more.
Screw you. I'll open up something too. Something to make Daniel upset, maybe, when I do.
Here's your choice.
I got an Ardbeg Scorch in front of me.
Here's the deal with that, Daniel. I really enjoyed it, but I enjoyed it at the very beginning. I didn't. Oh, hold on. Let me get you back in here in 1 second. I enjoyed it very much. I did not enjoy it after the initial. So if you do open this, be prepared that it's going to be really good for the first like 2 or 3 months, and after that, it might not be as good. So
it's going to be great no matter what.
Well, you know what I mean, though. Like the notes that I like.
You know what I'm going to do? Just so you'll be quiet for a minute. Holy stupid!
I might not be quiet still. I'll be quiet. Okay, I'm done.
All right, everybody here probably will never have a chance to taste that.
Torturing me. You're such a bastard. This is like whiskey 5x porn.
It smells like rubber.
Rubber, I like it.
It's got
creosote tar kind of thing.
Yeah, rubbery tar, like Ardbeg discussion.
Look how old that shit is. 51.2 alligator. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is old.
That's insane. I gotta have that, dude. Some of you are empty, even if you drink it all. Some of you are empty, for God's sake.
I might sell it to the milkman's kid instead, so he can smell it.
I could be a milkman. Oh, he's killing me here.
She's warm. She's If you were nicer to me and stayed in contact, I might remember to send you some samples.
I will do whatever you want.
Whatever I want.
But for alligator, I will do whatever, man. Because that's I've been lucky enough to have it before, but it is so good that I would be willing to do whatever again to have another sample. It's so good.
No, I'm not doing a side by side there, Michael.
A side by side with Scorch would be sacrilegious. Alligator is up here, Scorch is like down here
Go
somewhere.
grab a bottle, buddy.
Alligator is like
Good.
Erdnam based, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I got anything else that I can show you to impress you.
Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. You got me. I'm gonna break out my sample. I'll be right back. Hold on. Go ahead and get out whatever you. I'm gonna put you on solo for a bit. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
That's the only thing you can. The thing here, guys, is that it's nice to come and see Telex because he pretty much loves everything. He's very genuine and sincere about what he's drinking and tasting, right? He doesn't sensationalize it. He gives you his honest opinion. But that's all it is, man. It's all about our opinion, not about how good this is or what some other guy scored it. Who cares? It's just, it's like going to movies. One guy says a movie sucks. The next guy says it was great. You go and see it and say it was okay. Char, at least. No, I'm not experienced enough to be called the Dram Man yet. Milkman will have to do. Buddy, I'm not experienced either. I mean, experienced, I guess, that I've been doing whiskey and I have a whole bunch of bottles. But does that mean I have experience or I have a poor budgeting skills? So enjoy the whiskey. If you want to write notes, write notes. I used to write down notes all the time, and then I found that writing notes got in the way of the enjoyment of it, right? And then you get bottles and guys freak out because, man, do you know how much that bottle's worth? And you're like, oh, I didn't know it was that much. Maybe I could profit, make some money. Who knows? I might need this one day to pay for gas. The gas prices are going out the roof. Who knows? Right? But rest assured, they are going to continue making whiskey. So you won't run out of it. There will always be some whiskey to buy, the next best one, so on and so on. There is a dram that looks interesting, has a red cross on it. What is that one? That is English whiskey, and it is not whiskey, actually. I think I have more than one. These are old, too. I found a little one, the Chapter 6, they call it. And this is the English Whiskey Company, and Chapter 3. It is not whiskey yet. Then they say that right on here. Single cask, limited edition, natural color, non-chilled, handmade in England, single malt spirit. Not yet whiskey.
Exactly.
That it is not old enough. It was distilled by David Fitt, and it is in a cask American bourbon first fill. It is 46% alcohol, which if it was any less, it probably would not taste so good. And it is very light in color, but it is not whiskey. It says so right on the bottom. Not yet whiskey. Focus. Come on, there it goes. Not yet whiskey.
Nice.
But it's still been aged. So I have quite a few new make spirits. And I like them because it really allows you the opportunity to find out what. So especially for you, milkmans. The milkman's kid. I don't know why you can't just be the milkman. I got to figure out how to say that better. Right? Is you don't have to buy the 30-year-old Glenallachie to find out how great a whiskey is. You can buy the 10-year-old Glenallachie, especially the cast strength one, but if you can get it. I have a Bladnoch. One, it's got a phenomenal bottle. It's wicked. But
Bladnoch has got some great bottles. I love Bladnoch stuff too.
Everyone else was buying Bladnoch's 15 and 17-year-old. They all showed up at the same time.
I love their 15, yeah.
The funny part is I was drinking this at the whiskey bar in Glasgow, Scotland, my last day in Scotland. In Scotland, in Glasgow. But look at this thing here. The bottom of it is solid. It weighs a ton.
Oh yeah, I love their bottles, man. They have really, really, really good bottles.
Yeah, it is phenomenal decanter. But the 10-year-old will tell you almost as much as any of the other ones because it'll let you try the of anybody. The 10-year-old Springbank is probably what everything else is based on, right? Even their 20-year-old, right? 25-year-old, whatever, right?
The Talia up there, I've got that one myself. Yep.
Of the which?
Bladnock Talia, the 25-year-old.
Okay. Oh, you do. And
Yeah,
I
it's one of my favorites. I love all Bladnocks I've ever had. Really.
So then, after what I just said about judging something on a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old, what do you think of that Bladnock then?
I haven't had it, but I'm sure it's glorious, man. I mean, even for anything that's outside their norm,
Yeah,
I'm
because
sure it's pretty well done.
so one of the things that I do is I look up the word Samosera. Look
Yeah.
up the word. Why did they pick that? What is it? Right? And now I forget, but it's something to do with celebrating and whatever, right? And that's what this is. And it technically is 8-year-old and 10, something blended together, right?
Yeah.
A salute to the rebirth of our 200-year-old distillery. So this is going to tell you, why. It's the same as a certain Bruichladdich I have, right? I mean, when I got it and I had it signed by George S. Grant, or George S. Grant. What's that guy's name again?
Which one?
Jim McEwen.
Oh, yeah.
Was the DNA. And he says that's what we based what Bruichladdich would be like when we reopened it.
Nice, yeah.
So
I went ahead and got a fresh glass myself. After talking about all these great whiskeys, I had to pull out a fresh glass for a sample that I've had for a while. Stephen Connor sent me this a while back. The Ardbeg Erdnumbecht. This is the 46%. I need my own bottle of this at some point, but I'll probably never be able to afford it. But we'll see.
Never say never, buddy.
You never say never, but you know how it is with these. This is like a 10-year-old. This is 1990, so we're talking like an old whiskey here. But I'm pouring out my last of my sample for this Erdnumbecht, and I'm pouring every last little drop that I can get out of it. That's how good this is. And celebrate with you, Daniel. I really appreciate you coming on.
I appreciate you having me, buddy. I probably had better things to do, but this was more fun.
I appreciate it, man. I mean, look at that color. I mean, that's no coloring, I don't think. I mean, 1990. Are you pouring an Erdnumbecht as well?
No, I don't even have that bottle.
What do you got there?
That's that alligator.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I poured this to join Daniel for an equivalent dram of a nice old Ardbeg that is not your typical try to squeeze you dry NAS release. It's actually older quality release.
Yeah, it's not like Macallan's coming out with their amber and gold and the bullshit they pulled.
Yeah, I hate that kind of
I haven't bought a Macallan. I have a bunch of Macallans, but I haven't bought anything really since that first. And when I started to really learn about what they were doing, that and Balvenie. The only Balvenis I buy will be like their single barrel.
Exactly. Like, yeah, anybody that knows a lot about whiskey usually they'll still get their Macallans and Balvenis, but they'll be really selective of what they buy from those guys. So that's how it really works.
Your dad well, that's a cool name, and your dad was a milkman in the 60s. Right?
Wow.
Yep. Do they even have milkmen anywhere anymore?
That's a good question. I wouldn't think so at this point, but you never know. Maybe like in like Serbia or maybe like a way in Eastern Europe somewhere, they might still have that kind of thing, but I wouldn't think it would be very prevalent anymore.
I miss the old days, man. I mean, I live now, they're tearing down houses like mine and building 2 skinny homes on them and selling them for $700,000, and we're the cheapest place in Canada right now to buy a house.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And things were used to be well built. Now things are just like throw it together and see what stands.
I'm watching them build one over there. I won't even get in the comments about who's building it, but I bet you the home builder or the inspector has not come by as much as he should. And I work in construction.
Yeah, same thing with Ryan or Pulte homes built here in America. It's horrible, and I would much rather get an actual older 60s, 70s built home before I would get a new one any day of the week. That's just me.
This home is 1946.
There you go. That's the way to go, man.
Yeah, but it was just it's just a cheap home. Like in this neighborhood here, it's a knockdown. They'd have somebody would come and tear this house down in less than a day, right? And whatever, but I don't care.
I know what you mean.
They want it. They want to. I've had offers. I keep getting offers, and they're not whatever. But
oh man, wow. I wish Steven was still here. Steven Connor was here earlier. He dropped by when he was midway point through the stream and said hi and stuff. But he sent this to me, and I'm so appreciative that I can't even words can't come to describe how I feel about this, because Aaron Beige is one of those 1990 runoffs that I'll never ever probably see again, and it's
you have to try it. That's it. So the one thing, and I've mentioned this 100 times, and okay, so the Milkman, you're new to whiskey, you said, right? But one of the things is everybody talks about this guy and everybody loves him and all this stuff, right? Is Ralphie. But if you just join Ralphie now, you won't understand the full story and dynamics and where he came from. So if you go back to his 9 or 10-year-old collection of videos, right? And what I recommend is you go and find one where it's just type in Ralphie Johnny Walker Red Label review. And he's reviewing a red label that somebody found an unopened bottle of it in the back of their deceased grandfather's closet or something along those lines. And he compares that with a new bottle of Johnny Walker. And what I got from it, okay, without getting into everything he said, what I got from it is all whiskey is rare. So the water changed, okay, the barley changed, the barrel changed. Maybe if it's old enough, the guys that made it were different guys, right? So just like Telex and I, we could both have all the ingredients we need to make a chocolate cake. Calm down, you're gonna hyperventilate.
I'm sorry, man, but the rubber and the freaking the age of this, even though it's not ultra old. I mean,
I get you.
1990 is when this was released. I think it's like I can't remember the age, but 19 maybe year. But it's phenomenal, man. It blows your mind how good this whiskey is. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. What you and I both have the same ingredients to make a chocolate cake. Okay, we're not going to make the same chocolate cake.
No,
you're going to whip the butter, or you're going to do this something different to it. So back to this review, Ralphie actually gives the older edition a little bit higher, right? Score. He gives it 90, and he gives the other one 88 or whatever it is, right? But it's rare. All whiskey is rare. Every time you turn around, the barrel's going to be different. The water's going to change. Wine, when they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the ash that landed in the wine regions of the world and coated the soil, it changed the pH of the soil or something. I can't remember where I found this research, but it distinctly changed something for wine collectors, right? So enjoy your whiskey. Don't be overly anal, okay? Analyze it if you want to learn. But judging something, learn from the guys that have been doing blind tastings, right?
That's the best way. He's got great advice, guys.
The blind tastings make you think. So nowadays, what do? We type into Google, right? And we read, if it's whiskey, we read the whiskey notes. Now we've got expectations or thoughts put into our head, right? I used to sell clothes, right?
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Power, yeah, way back, right at a high school type of thing. I sold suits and whatnot. But the power of suggestion was huge. I loved it when a guy came in with his wife Because I guarantee if he came in with his wife, I could sell him anywhere from 3 to 5 ties for one suit.
Oh yeah,
Right.
big time.
Right? Because now he has options, and she loved them all. So what? He's gonna maybe, I sold suits to lots of guys that are gonna wear one to the graduation, one to their funeral, because they're farm boys or something, right?
Yeah.
So my point being is suggestion is a strong thing with whiskey. If you get a guy like the first guy I was talking about with Duncan Taylor, Peter Curry, and you can find him on Instagram or Facebook, Peter Curry with Duncan Taylor. He's just an employee. I think he's still with them. And I mean, he opened our eyes up because he was using Duncan Taylor and independent bottlers, right? So he wasn't trying to slam the distilleries, and yet he was trying to show how much variety we can get in whiskey, right? And I mean, we have a prime example of a man that we just talked about that wrote a book that got slammed. But before, years and years before I knew about him, apparently a distillery sent him 3 different bottles and labeled them all different. He gave all 3 different scores. It was all the exact same spirit inside the bottle.
Oh wow, that's
Right?
really bad. At that,
but maybe it was when he did it.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. When we talk about aphrodisiacs are not
time of experience, basically.
Time and experience. Yes, exactly. But the only thing that I've ever read that scientifically was proven to be an aphrodisiac is like chocolate.
Exactly,
because it actually releases the hormones or the dopamine in your brain that is related to the feelings of love. Same dopamine. Whereas the other stuff is, oysters. Well, there might be a reason they picked oysters, but they don't. They don't do the same thing. So be aware. Ambiance and so forth. Like a beer tastes really, really good after a hard day's work in the hot sun.
You're spot on. I never thought of it as much that way, but you're right. The environment makes such a big influence on your experience.
Sure. So when I talk to you, Telex, I'm like, dude, you're influenced by this or this and this. You're influenced by the fact that I got some bottles here that you probably never ever try again. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I love that. I'm like,
I want one of those rocks bottles like next tomorrow, man.
Yeah. And I mean, why would you not want the Yellow Submarine beside it?
I probably want that one too. I didn't see it.
And it was an average whiskey.
I didn't see it. That's the reason why.
The number one ingredient in that Yellow Submarine whiskey is the story.
The story, yeah. That's true.
Right, because the guy found a submarine, and the Ministry of Defense said we don't lose submarines, so he tied it up in the harbor. And when they finally realized they lost the submarine, they sent the ship to pick it up, and Jim McEwen went down and had a big show with the guy, and they bottled a bottle and whatever.
I hear you.
What did you erase, Paul M? Did you say something negative and bad about us? I can't keep up to all the comments, but I love the fact that every cast will be different. I have even experienced that in my short journey so far. I totally hear you. So that's what it is. When you get Glenfiddich or Glenlivet, 12-year-old, if we could travel back in time to the first 12-year-old they ever bottled, it isn't going to taste anything like the one that we get now. But what every year or every time they make a new bottling, they're trying to make it as close to the last one as possible. And that's why it's a blend. It is a single malt because it's from a single distillery, but it is still a blend, right? Whereas all the other stuff that Telex and I have been talking about, they're all very unique, and you're never going to reproduce them.
Yeah, it's sad. It's kind of funny because on one hand you're like, oh, I would love to reproduce that, but if you did, it would make this experience less notable. It's weird how that works,
Well, Milkman, I appreciate all your comments, and I like the fact that you're talking to a couple jabronis like us instead of going over to a couple other places that, believe it or not, make a lot of money teaching people how to be what they call ambassadors, which really they're teaching them marketing. Right. And they teach, they charge a lot. They charge a lot of money. And they have a huge Instagram following. But they're just, I don't know the proper words. They're
systematic.
One of them is genuine. one of them is pretty genuine. The other one is very systematic. And I think one of their fathers actually owned a marketing company, yada, yada, yada. I'll digress. But it used to be books. You read a certain author's books, but you know nothing about the author and why he wrote the book. So is he persuading you with his opinions in the book, even if he's writing a fiction? And it's the same thing with we could use the Bible as an example. Look how many not different versions of the Bible, but man's interpretation. I mean, look at the point when they used to try to burn people alive for owning one. And why did they do that? Because they didn't want you to read it yourself. Now, if you read it yourself, you may not understand everything at first, but and it's the same thing with whiskey. If somebody comes up to you and says, I only drink single malt, then what does single malt mean? Right? What does you have to break it down and research it. So when we're Google things, we can find out the answer, but we don't have the same meaning. So when a farmer has to learn how to fix his tractor, he has to think about it. First of all, he has to find the cause of why it's broke down. Right? And he has to make it work. And maybe he doesn't have the tool, so he might have to make the tool first and so forth. So by the time he gets that tractor fixed, he has a complete, much better understanding of how that tractor works than somebody that just reads it. I mean, there's lots of mechanics out there. I know guys that are mechanically inclined, and I know guys who read or watched a YouTube video on how to fix something.
Yeah.
I'm rambling on right now. Telex.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. I appreciate the background on everything. I was just going to say, Milkman was saying he can't wait to open up his Glenfarclas 17, which he believes was used second, third, and fourth fill. But can't wait to try it. Yeah, is the 15 is the one that's specialized where it's hard to find, right? The 15, if I remember correctly.
Glenfarclas 15.
That's the one that's a little bit off the wall. They only have it, I think, in Europe or something, right?
What?
The Glenfarclas, one of the releases I remember was harder to find because it was outside of America type thing. I can't remember if it was 17 or 15. It was one of the two.
I have a very old release of Glenfarclas 15.
Oh, dude,
and I have a new release of Glenfarclas 15.
Dude, okay. Well,
if I could show you the color difference, you would be like, "What?"
Will you sell me that one in your right hand there?
The old one, no.
Oh, come on, dude. That looked beautiful. I was like, wow. I knew exactly what you were holding there in your hand.
I'll give you an example of how things change. We're just on the topic. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What do I have in my hands here, boys?
Glenfarclas.
Remember, I interviewed the guy that's the 6th generation grandson.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a
don't hurt anything, please.
Okay.
Mind the animals.
So, what's that?
Oh, that's a single Highland Malt 12s. That's a very old 12-year. It looks like.
Yeah, it's got a picture of all the guys. John Grant, 1805. John Grant, 1830. George Grant, 1874. George Grant, 1923, and John Grant, 1954.
What year is that from?
Well, I think that this release is probably 10 or 15 years old.
I was going to say, that's got to be an older
long, skinny bottle, eh?
Oh, for a 12. Jeez, man, that's crazy dark for 12.
Long, skinny. So what do I have in this tube? Sounds like cardboard.
It's another...
sounds like metal.
15, I think. 12. Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, no pictures of the great founders of Glenfarclas. What do we have here? Let me get this down so I have two hands. What do we have here? We have a new bottle of Glenfarclas 12-year-old at 43%.
Hold on. Let me see this. Okay, yeah. What's the difference between that one and the one you just showed us, though?
Well, they're both 12-year-olds.
Yeah. They're
both 43%.
Okay.
Right? They're just new releases.
Oh my God! Look how darker that one on the left is. When I say my left, compared to that one, it's crazy. That's astronomically darker. It's crazy.
You can see through this bottle.
Yeah, but you can't see through that one as much. That's impressive.
So they were getting different sherry casks.
Yeah,
They
by
were getting,
far.
yeah. So there's lots and lots of things that change. So the milkman's son, enjoy what you're having and learning. That's all. Really, it's the more about learning. Unless you're an alcoholic and you just like getting drunk, then you shouldn't be buying expensive whiskey.
True. This is definitely not for that.
I mean, we get a little snockered. That's why you see me going pretty slow here, because Telex likes to have another.
You know what? I might join you in that. Let me see here. Thank you so much for Stephen Connor for that sample again. It did not go unappreciated ×2. I really, really love the old school Ardbeg feel. You can't like reproduce that. It's impossible.
So the different I would get with Glenn Farkless, let me remind myself here. I think that the 17-year-old, no, I think the 15-year-old,
yes,
is the one that you probably want because it's 46%.
Yeah, the 15 is the harder to find one, but it's actually worth your journey, I'd say. Would you agree?
The 17 is only 43.
Yeah, that's the catch, and even the 25 is only 43, which really pisses me off, to be honest with you.
The 21 is only 43.
25, I even said is 43.
Yeah, but so is the 21.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is I wish that the 25, if you're going to spend $250 for a bottle, that they would give you like 46%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then they wouldn't make as much money, and it wouldn't be that price.
True, but
stop whining so much.
I'm not whining. I'm just describing.
I'm just
describing.
Yes.
You're a punk.
Yeah.
I'm trying to open. Okay, I'm going to open up one more
I'm
bottle.
going to come on down with my Louisville baseball bat, and tune you in.
I'm going to open up one more, and the reason I want to open up this is so damn dark and it's beautiful is this PX cask, this PX Sherry Mature Kilhoman. I'm really wanting to have this 47.
All right. I'll open up something.
12,000. I had to one more. That's all I'm going to do is open up one more thing just to see what we got here. What are you going to do?
I got a 19-year-old Lachig.
Oh,
and an 18-year-old Lachig.
Oh, I've been lucky enough to have an 18 Lachig. It's a wooden box. It's really, really, really good. But I can't remember the. It had a special cask maturation. I can't remember which one it was, but it was really, really well done.
What else do I have that would really?
I don't think you can go wrong with that Lachig. To be honest with you, that's one of those really well done distilleries that you don't hear much about.
I got an old Pulteney here.
Is that the old Pulteney?
It is.
Ooh, Sherry Kalila. Hold on, let me put you in the spotlight here. 1 second. What's that again? We got. Let me get the focus to fix here. Move it back a little bit or back. There you go. Sherry cask matured. Pentland Sherry Lighthouse 46%. Interesting. Okay. Huh. I love the color on that, by the way.
Or I could do this for you because I know this will get you going.
Ooh, Bowmore the Devil's Cut. That's funny because this
one. Read the bottom of it here. Hold on, let her focus.
Back a little bit. A little bit more. There we go. 56.7.
Double the Devil.
Dang. Is it the third release?
I don't know.
That's the thing. That's the funny thing about Bowmore. That's one of the very few releases that people love. The actual distillery release of is the Devil's Cut. So I think you've got something going on there.
How about the Bowmore's Austin Martin release?
I didn't know they had one.
They just came out. It was about $500 a bottle. Cask strength, 21-year-old.
Jeez, man. I'm taking a guitar pick. I'm trying to take a guitar pick to open up this damn bottle.
See, if you were really from down there in the Louisville area, you do what most men do.
Oh, here we go. He's going to get manly on me here. Oh, the knife. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay.
Oh, you mean you got a pocket knife?
I have a pocket knife. I don't have it on me, like right in my pocket, but
Well, where else would it be if it ain't in your pocket, man?
it's up in the
Oh
right next to the
man,
front
in your
door. If
mom's
I had to
kitchen.
stab
In
somebody,
your mom's
I,
kitchen. Don't lie. You live
I
in your
have a
mom's basement.
machete and also a survival knife next to my bed in my car. So don't get me started on that kind of crap. But anyway,
You live in your mom's basement. Don't lie to her.
shit. My
And
mom's in Louisville, Kentucky, not here.
yeah, she kicked you out. I also,
No, my mom would have me back today if she could have me. I'm
yeah,
telling you.
mums are like that. I have 2 bottles in my hand.
Damn it! I can't get this open for some sad reason. That's so
These
pathetic.
these 2 bottles have gotten a little bit damaged because whiskey
Hold
broke
on, let me
open
put
in
you
the
on
bag.
solo here. There you go.
If you take a close enough look, you will see that it actually has a logo on it. Looks an awful lot like Roy Duff's
Roy Duff's
Aquavite.
Aquavite. Yeah, you're right. It does have an Aquavite kind of feel to it.
He was at the airport when I got there. And
Ah,
gave me 3
nice.
samples.
Damn.
Right.
This is when you were in Scotland?
When I went to Scotland. So this is a
Oh,
1995,
man. I've got to get my ass out there. I've got to get out there.
1993, 20. Yeah, that'll make you a monster. 21-year-old, 63.1% alcohol McDuff. And this is a Mortlach 16-year-old fauna and flora.
Oh, dude. Hold on. You have a Mortlock Flora and Fauna bottle?
Yeah.
No.
The sample that Roy gave me
Oh,
of the original. This is an original.
Oh yes, that's to die for, dude. You got to try that at some point. I've heard that's a really good bottle, man.
I got to do a lot of stuff, man.
It took me like 3 years, but I finally got this PX maturation. I like a sweet dram. I love my lemon.
I do not have an old Pulteney 18-year-old. I didn't buy Glen 17 just to find out its color. I can't even tell anyway. The bottle is colored. If the bottle is colored, it's telling you that it's a light colored whiskey milkman.
Which one was this now?
Yeah, you're getting there anyway.
Where was his? This one.
Yeah, if it's a dark colored bottle, it's because it's a light colored whiskey. That's another thing they did way back in the day in marketing, so that people couldn't judge the whiskey by its color, because people will buy something dark, like Will Storo was saying when he was here, is that it's easy to make something dark in color, and they do that with now I forget the name of the caramel color.
E150A.
E150, yeah, they do that to make it so it's darker, and they do it sometimes to make everything look the same if they're making a bottle, right? They're making multiple times the same batch or the same thing, right?
And here's the thing, to Milkman, I have had the old 17 and 21, and I've had the new 15 and 18. I'm telling you, if you're going to get a bottle, try to find the old 17 and 21. If you can't find that, find the new 15. The new 15 is much better than the new 18 by any stretch of the imagination. So keep that in mind when you're looking at bottles. Putting a Scotch flight together for some friends this evening. Here's what I've been to pour. Okay. I'll come back to you on that one.
You mean I have to have these?
Yes, those are the good ones right there. 21 and 17 Old Pulteney. The previous releases are excellent compared to the new ones, I'd say. Ardbeg, Glen Elgin 12, SMOS, those are really good, man. That's a nice Scotch flight. He's going to put together an Ardbeg, which is a new peated offering, and the Glen Elgin 12, the Talisker 18 old bottling of it, and a Bunnahabhain 2017 One Oloroso, which is a peated Oloroso. That sounds really good, man. Long Row Red 10 Malbec and a Glenfiddich Grand Couronne 26. Damn, dude, that's crazy. That sounds pretty good, I have to say. He's got a pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is, but he sounds like he knows what he's doing.
He's got some good stuff going on there.
Yep.
Looks like Milkman said he smelled and tasted it 18 recently. It smelled and tasted like exactly like the Ballantines blended. I don't know, man, as far as that, but all I can tell you is that the new old Pulteney is not as good as the old 17 and 21. So if you can find the old 17 and 21, yeah, it should be a fun night. Definitely, Michael, on that one. Color bottle whiskey, how about that? I think he will, Milkman, on the 18. He's not had a newer 18, the same league as the old versions. Yeah, I've had a newer 18, and it was the same as the old 18s. The Taliskers are usually they're pretty consistent with their releases, it seems like.
Hey, the Milkman's kid, don't put too much pressure on Glenn Farkless.
Yeah, Glentronic's got some really good old single cask whiskeys that are good to find if you're looking to sherry.
What I do have coming, and I had to get it from the U.S. SMWS, because when I talked to George S. Grant at a tasting, when he was doing the tasting part, I asked him, "Are you ever going to have a peated whiskey?" He went, "No. Why? Why would I do that?" Well, not last 2 months ago or last month, they released a bottle. I tried to get it from Scotland, and then I found out my SMWS people here said, just so you know, if you know somebody in the States, they did buy a bunch of it. So it is SMWS lightly peated Glen Farkless, and how or why I don't know yet.
Oh wow!
Probably never will find out, because technically Glen Farkless or George S. Grant has never ever sold a barrel to the SMWS, which isn't a lie.
Ooh, okay.
It simply means that they whiskey barrels are bought and sold and traded back and forth all the time, right, between brokers. So I gotta go. It's been real. Hey, you take care. IC86.
That's cool. I gotta get going too myself. I gotta get dinner here in a second, but
Such a bitch. I mean, yeah, that's awesome.
I really appreciate your time, Daniel, with all this going on. And Daniel and I could have a stream that goes on for days and never end it, and still be having fun. I've noticed. Oh, the 16, yeah, that's a really good whiskey, man. If you like the straightforward, I can't even say it. Straightforward bourbon cask.
Speak up, son. Speak up. What about your single malt?
What are you saying? You muted yourself. Unmute yourself. You're still muted. In software. There you go.
How the hell did that happen?
I don't know.
I never touched the computer.
What are you going to say about your exit here?
Haven't you been doing any single malt Irish whiskey?
I personally haven't, but I'm not opposed to it. I've got a Irish restaurant nearby that I should go try. They have Redbreast and Middleton and stuff, so I should go and try some stuff. I haven't tried any in a while.
Yeah, you probably should.
If I'm going to go up there and ask for a dram, what should I ask for? If you go.
If they had a Redbreast 21-year-old or a Redbreast.
They do have Redbreast 21. It's not cheap, but they do have it for like $40-$50 for a dram.
Do they have a Redbreast 12-year-old cast strength?
Yes.
Yeah, go for that.
Okay. So go for that minus the 21 because of the price being so high?
I think so, yeah. There are lots of very, very good Irish whiskeys.
I'll have to take you up on that. I might go up there and ask for a 12 cast strength. Even if it's a little higher, it's worth it because it's not as high as a 21, that's for sure.
Here's the Dingle.
Oh, okay.
That's good Irish whiskey. There's other ones I can't get to because my computer stuff is sitting on the bottles, but there's Tricanal. There's lots of good Irish single malts.
I'm gonna if you don't mind, send me a list at telex@outlook.com, and I'll bring it up there and see if they have any of them, just to see, because they do have a lot of Irish whiskey. I just don't, outside of the Middleton, Redbreast, Jameson's, Bushmills, usual stuff. I'm not sure what to look for. They do have Connemara and stuff like that too. So.
Oh yeah, I don't like theirs. Well, I
Yeah,
bought.
Connemara's not doing very well in peated. I have a
and
feeling.
their peated one was just disgusting. I didn't like it at all.
Yeah,
That's just my opinion.
I stay away from the Irish peated, but if you have any distilleries you want me to try, I'd be definitely to get up on that.
Yeah, we'll hook up, buddy. I'll send you an email. And yeah, you're right, Michael. The spots, they got some good ones too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Take care, Malted Kid.
I appreciate everybody coming by for the stream. It went a little bit longer than I thought. I mean, we're going like we're 4.5 hours into this stream.
That's only half what Food Queuing does. And we didn't swear, and we didn't have to get up and go take a leak. And
that's true, but yeah,
this is a good, wholesome family.
We're all about the family, the Whisky family. That's the only family we care about.
Nice seeing you, Paul. Take care, buddy. We'll see you on all the other chats.
Yeah, to everybody out there. I popped it and poured it. So let me do this before we go. I just poured this PX Sherry cask maturation.
Okay. That's a big pour. So we're gonna
47.3. It's a 50 21. Let's see, 2021, 12,000 bottles, natural color, no chill filtration. Great color, I have to say. For this is a NAS from Kilhoman, but their NASs are pretty usually spot on. That's pretty nice color for a.
It's just an NAS because it's probably got 8-year-old in there or something instead of just all 10. You know what I mean?
Wow. Okay.
Take it easy.
Oh, that sweet sherry is so good. I definitely, since I get the PX sherry from it, it's not hiding.
I have a 42-year-old sample in here somewhere.
42-year-old sample?
Yeah, Boonahaven.
Oh my God, man! Save that definitely. We'll bring that out on the next show.
All these are SMWSs. Oh, an SMWS Infinity bottle sample.
Oh, that would be tight.
From the year 2019. That means the whole entire year he saved all the leftovers from tastings in a bottle.
Nice. I bet that's glorious too. Because SMWS, even though the shipping to me is a little pricey sometimes, but man, they do have
you have see here we actually have a liquor store that carries it. One here and one in Calgary, and there's one in Vancouver. So for us, if you live decently in the area, you will just go pick one up, right? Like I have 6 bottles here sitting in me from one of the previous out turns because you could buy them all for virtual online tasting, right? Which I did 1 or 2, but they're not very good at doing their online stuff, and they never wanted to use me.
Yeah.
So, candy floss and carousels. 3 a.m. Donner kebabs. Oh, what's this one? Tawny Port, Oban Little Bay.
Nice, man.
Pirate Ship in a Storm. No, that's a different one. Oh,
well, I'll have to do another close up inspection of this one when I'm come back for a live. I'll definitely throw you out an invite, Daniel, if you want to come on board. I'll definitely come on board with this one and take a closer look. This PX Sherry cask matured from Kilhoman looks pretty good. I'll have to take another look at this one, but I have to go for dinner, man. But I appreciate your time and hanging out with us and everything.
I needed something to do, even though I should have been doing other stuff. So I appreciate it too, buddy.
No,
maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll go try this Octomore 7.
Hold on. Let me see. What do you got?
It's a Octomore 7.3.
Ooh, that's a great one. I do. Believe it or not, I have this bottle. Oh, hold on. Right
here.
Hold
on. Okay, you hold on.
Dinner is ready, but look at this. Is it this bottle here?
I can't see it. You took me out. You put me on the screen. I can't see. That's 7.3. Yep.
Isn't that like it's funny, like to me, I did not personally enjoy this bottle because it has a very, did you get any durian fruit from it? It's very durian fruit forward. It's very funky, in your face, like crazy.
I would never get durian fruit because I've only seen it frozen and never tasted it or unthawed.
Oh,
and once it's frozen, it won't be as strong or as stinky as
This is the reason I'm saying this is 'cause I love Octomore. I love all their stuff. My favorite bottle I ever had from Octomore was the 7.2. Believe it or not.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
that's a great color. I love that color. Is
What
that a
is it?
6.3?
It might be.
I think that's a 6.3, isn't it?
Yes.
I bet that's good.
You never had a 6.3. It is the one everybody wants.
I have not had it yet. If you are feeling gracious enough to save me a sample, dude, I would be like
I don't know
100%
about that.
forward.
I don't know about that.
The 7.3 is not bad, but this to me, it was like durian fruit in a bottle. I actually gave this whole bottle away, to be honest with you, to somebody in a trade for something else. I forgot what I traded it for,
Oh,
but
yeah?
it wasn't a bad trade to me because I mean, even though I appreciated what it was, it just I love the P, I love the ABV. I just didn't like that durian fruit flavor. 8.3, wow, man. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me.
Here's probably my favorite one, to tell you the truth, and it has a lower, and that's the 7.4.
Oh, I haven't had that one yet. I've got to try that, man.
You know why? Because it's done in virgin oak.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
I
So
want
the
to try
virgin
that
oak-
just to see what it's like.
Yeah.
I appreciate.
Virgin oak does something to me, for me anyway, more.
I gotta try. I haven't had the 7.4. I've had the 7.1, 2, and 3, but never the 4. So I have to try that one.
You never had the 6.3 either.
No, I have not. I better run before my wife kills me. She's telling me dinner's ready, but I'll run it, guys.
Bring it down to me, woman. I'm working.
I'll throw one down with you guys maybe next
right.
weekend sometime if you're up for another live stream. Well, I'll just pop it on and see who shows up.
All right. And that OBA was good stuff, Michael. It was. See you,
It
Daniel.
was very good.
Take care, Paul, and everybody else, and Milkman.
Whiskey Throttle's going to have to throw a live up on himself here.
We'll do something once I get my act together. Yeah.
Take it easy, man. I appreciate your time.
You
As
take
always.
care. Talk to you later.
Always.
See you, everyone.